Morning. We want to welcome everyone to Wednesday, July 17th, to the Mississippi Board of Nursing. Before we begin, we'd like for you to take just a moment of silence and going to ask Dr. Gentry to lead us in a word of prayer.
Thank you. If you'll bow with me, please. Gracious Father, we praise you for this beautiful Wednesday, this lovely day you've given us. Help us to be lights on a hill. Help us to be wise and discerning in our choices today. Thank you for the profession of nursing and all that the Mississippi Board of Nursing does to enhance the practice of those that she serves. We are grateful, and we are grateful for the opportunity to serve on this board. Be with everyone here today, be with their families, keep us under a hedge of protection, continue to bless us in our mountaintops and in our valleys as well. We love you, we praise you, and we thank you for the gift of today. In your son's name we pray. Amen.
So we are ready to go on the record. I first want to make some introductions. The board is made up of 13 members. We have 7 RN members, 4 LPNs, 1 physician member, and then 1 consumer member. Today, we are a 3-member panel of the board, with one of us serving as an alternate on each of the cases. And the alternate will not participate in either the deliberation or the decision concerning that particular case. And I want to introduce the board members. To my far right is Carly Walker. She's an LPN on the board. Nancy Norris Johnson, an LPN. To my right is Dr. Lacey Gentry. She's an RN, and I'm Mary Stewart. I'm an RN member. And then lastly, but not certainly least, I want to introduce the Special Assistant Attorney General, who will be the hearing officer today, Kristen Love.
Morning. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. For hearings scheduled for today. The first matter on the docket is case number 2023-0665 involving the licensee, Ms. Rose Howard. License number P-319998.
Sorry about that.
Again, I'm Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I'll ask members of the hearing panel for this case to state their names for the record.
Carly Walker, Nancy Washington,
Lacey Gentry.
And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Ian Salzman.
And is the licensee, Ms. Rose Howard, present?
Present.
Ms. Howard, are you represented by an attorney?
I'm not.
Because you're not represented by an attorney, I have just a few questions for you.
Okay,
You do understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you?
I do.
You understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
I do.
And you understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf?
I do.
And understanding all of this, you wish to proceed today without an attorney?
I do.
Now I want to identify the defendants that will give testimony. To please state your name for the record so the court reporter can swear you in.
My name is Rose Ella Daniel Wilson Howard.
Dwayne Jameson.
Thank you. Now
We have one more, Your Honor.
one more witness.
Priscilla Burks.
Thank you.
Now the court reporter will swear all 3 of you in.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
All right, are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, the board would request introduction of exhibits B1 through B12. We would request those be under seal. We did redact, but respondent has also submitted documents as R1. It's a elective exhibit. So I'll let her speak to those, but we would request that B1 through B12 be admitted and be admitted under seal.
Okay, Ms. Howard, do you have any objections to the exhibits introduced by board council being admitted into the record for today's hearing?
I do not.
Okay, so those are admitted. And then, counsel for the board, do you have any objection to the, respondents and collective exhibit, being admitted into the, record for today's hearing?
No objection, but I would request that be under seal as well, because I don't believe those documents have been redacted.
Okay, so, those are admitted and, the exhibits admitted into today's hearing are admitted under seal. Right, we'll proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, allow for closing statements. If the parties are ready, we can begin now with, the opening statement by board council.
Thank you. Today, the panel will hear that Mrs. Howard was first licensed in LPN in September of 2004. The evidence today will show that between 2020 and 2022, and while employed as a private duty nurse for General Hines Healthcare, she submitted clone records during the months of September of 2020 and March of 2021. Thank you.
Ms. Howard, if you want to give an opening statement right now, you can. It's optional because you will later have an opportunity to present your.
I don't have an open statement.
All right, so, Ms. Salzman, you may call your first.
Thank you. The board calls Investigator Dwayne Jameson. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment.
Dwayne Jameson, Hines County, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
since March of '91.
And what is your current position at the board?
I'm the Director of Criminal Background Checks and Investigations.
Is it part of your job duties to investigate complaints received related to nurses that are licensed by this board?
Yes,
And did you conduct the investigation that we're here about today?
actually, this investigation was conducted by Ms. Oshina Jones, one of our former investigators who recently retired.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review this investigation and the documents ahead of today's hearing then?
Yes,
If you would, please turn to Exhibit B3 and identify that document. It's on page 4.
B3 is license verification.
And when was Ms. Howard first licensed as an LPN in Mississippi?
She was licensed September 16, 2004.
And what is that license number?
That license number is 319998.
Does she currently have an active license?
Yes,
What is the date of expiration for that license?
the expiration date is December 31st, 2025.
Could you please turn to page 6, which has been marked Exhibit B5, and identify that document as well?
This is the notice of hearing letter.
And when does it schedule this hearing?
Wednesday, July 17th, 2024 at 8:30 a.m.
And is that today's date?
Yes, it is.
And is Ms. Howard present today?
Yes,
If you would, please look at page 7 of Exhibit B5 and identify that document as well.
this is a copy of the complaint.
And if you would, we'll come back to that, but if you would go over to page 9, could you identify that document?
Page 9 is United States Postal Service tracking information.
And does it show delivered
Yes,
for this particular tracking number?
yes,
Is that the same tracking number you see on the notice of hearing and complaint that are on pages 6 and 7?
yes, it is.
Let's go back to page 7 that you previously identified as the complaint. Who's the respondent listed on this complaint?
The respondent is Rose Ella Daniel Wilson Howard.
Could you tell me what charges are listed against Mrs. Howard in this complaint?
Charge 1, that respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such a nursing practice. Charge 2, respondent has falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records. Charge 3, respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely failure to maintain medical records in a professional manner including altering entries or destroying medical records. Charge 4, respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely failure to maintain medical records in a professional manner, including making false entries in patient records.
Thank you. And what additional facts are listed in this complaint in support of these charges?
That the respondent was a private duty nurse agency owner for General Hands Healthcare. Respondent submitted cloned medical records to Medicaid for payment for the following dates: September 3rd, 2020, September 5th, 2020, September 6th, 2020, September 7th, 2020, March 12th, 2021, and March 26th, 2022. And in her statement, the respondent denied duplication, falsification of documents, but admitted that the nurse's notes for March 12th, 2021 and March 26th, 2022 were computer generated, albeit with original signatures.
Thank you. And if you would look at page 8, when was this complaint filed?
March 4th, 2024,
And again, where was she working at the time of these allegations?
General Hands.
Please turn to page 10 and identify that document.
Page 10 are nurse's notes dated September 3rd.
And if you would, we're
20.
gonna make sure we just say for the patient throughout the hearing, so we don't identify the patient. So you said that for September 3rd, 2020,
That's correct.
were these notes signed by Mrs. Howard
Yes,
for this particular patient?
yes.
And what's the time out and time in is listed?
7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
And then if you would, let's look at page 11, Exhibit B7, and identify that document.
These are also nurse's notes dated September 5th, 2020, signed by Rose Howard, LPN.
For this same patient.
Yes, for the same patient.
And if you would, please turn to page 12, Exhibit B8, and identify that document.
These are nurse's notes dated September 6th, 2020, signed by Rose Howard, LPN, beginning time 7 a.m. through 3 p.m.
For the same patient.
for the same patient, yes.
Please turn to Exhibit B9, page 13, and identify that document.
These are also nurse's notes signed by Rose Howard, LPN, dated September 7th, 2020, beginning at 7 a.m., ending 3 p.m.
Thank you. Now let's discuss the nurse's notes that we just discussed from 9-3, 9-5, 9-6, and 9-7. What do you notice when you compare these 4 pages of nurse's notes for this particular patient?
In these 4 pages, the 8 a.m. entry appears to be identical.
I would specifically ask you to look at the second entry noted on each of these 4 pages. And is that what you're referring to? Is that the 8 a.m. entry?
Yes, it is.
And then look at the entry for pages 11, 12, and 13. Is the second entry identical for all of those nurses' notes on these relevant dates?
Yes,
And by identical, do all 4 records show the exact same words on the same lines and in the same font for the entry?
yes, that's correct.
Are there any differences amongst those 4 pages?
No,
The nurse's notes for the 4 days we just discussed were all from September of 2020, correct?
that is correct.
Okay, let's move forward to the years 21 and 22. Would you turn to page 14, which has been marked Exhibit B10, and identify that document, please?
Okay, these are nurses' notes signed by Rose Howard, LPN, dated March 12th, 2021, beginning 7 a.m. to 1 p.m.
For the same patient we've been discussing throughout this hearing.
Yes, for the same patient.
And if you would turn to page 15, which has been marked as Exhibit B11. If you could identify what that document is as well, please.
Okay, these are also nurses' notes signed by Rose Howard, LPN, dated March 26th, 2022, with a beginning time of 7 a.m., ending 1 p.m.
And for the same patient?
for the same patient.
And did Mrs. Howard sign these documents?
Yes, she did.
If you would, please compare these two notes on pages 14 and 15. Take your time and look at those. Do you notice anything when you compare these two notes?
Yes, and comparing these two notes, it appears as though beginning with the times as well as the documentation, they all seem to be identical.
Thank you. Is it your understanding that during the board's investigation, the nursing notes we just discussed were all submitted to Medicaid for payment?
Yes, that's our understanding.
During the board's investigation, did Mrs. Howard provide a statement to the board?
She did.
If you would turn to pages 16 and 17, which has been admitted as Exhibit B12, and identify that document, please.
Okay, this is a handwritten statement addressed to Ms. Jones, signed by Rose Howard, LPN.
Okay, and what is the date of this statement?
The date of the statement is August 15th, 2023.
I'm not going to ask you to read the whole thing, because you at least read that first paragraph to me.
I am writing to address the request for verification of duplicate documentation. Documents dated September 3rd, 2020, September 5th, 2020, September 6th, 20, September 7th, 20, was signed with original signature and handwritten for the days March 12th, 21, and March 26th, 2022 was computer generated, but signatures are original.
Does she go on to state in there that she left room for changes in the spaces as appropriate?
Yeah, she did state that I left room to add changes in spaces as appropriate for days and use this as needed.
And again, can you tell me what her explanation was for 3/12/21 and the 3/26/22 records?
She basically stated that they were computer generated records, but her signature was original.
And those two records were identical in all contents, is that correct?
That's correct.
No further questions for this witness.
Okay, Ms. Howard, do you have any, cross-examination or?
Well, I do, because on some of the days, like starting on the 7th, some of those are not identical. My thing is, I don't know what I really don't know how the procedure goes.
It's just, now you ask him questions, so.
Oh, okay, so I can ask him things, according to the records.
just ask-
Okay, okay, because what I was looking at, like on the 7th, if you start out on your first day, there's not identical starting out on the, let's go back to where I was. And then I want to explain something too. Okay. You look on 9/3/20. Starting at
Give the page number
exhibit
at the bottom.
6, page 10. At page 11.
Okay.
When you look at 7 o'clock, those are different. I arrived on duty, prepare meds, receive patient in living room on the 10th, on the page 10. On page 11, it says I signed, arrived on duty, prepared meds, and took vital signs. Those are not identical right there. Those are two different statements there. My question is, with the identification that we're showing here, I do things routinely because I've been with this child since the age of 4 to the age of 13. So basically everything we did was routinely done that day. So a lot of it is the same because it was a constant things. I gave meds and all this constantly.
Your Honor,
These are handwritten, written notes.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object. Ms. Howard will have an opportunity, obviously, to testify.
Okay,
She's gotta-
I just
if
don't
you
know
wanna
what to
ask
do.
Questions of this witness, you just have to phrase them in the form of question. That's my
okay,
objection.
I don't know how to do it. So,
Just, you know, what you said, and you just ask him,
yeah, I want to just say, okay, so okay, well, let me ask you like this. On those dates, what is not different about that? Maybe that's what I'm saying, from the 7th to that first line. What's not different on it?
Okay, the 7 a.m. entry is not what we addressed.
What are you
We addressed
addressing?
the 8
The
a.m.
meds?
Second entry is
Okay,
8.
well, we'll talk about that later because I can discuss that further. So no, I'll waive it because we'll discuss it later. So I don't have anything to question him about because most of those things are written like that, and I'll tell the reason why later, so I won't. I'll pass that then.
Any redirect? I heard one question. Any
Uh,
redirect?
Just one, Your Honor, when we were talking about the records that are contained on pages 10, 11, 12, 13. Go back and make sure I got my pages right. What was the same in these records? What entry?
The interest at September 3rd, 2020 at 8 o'clock a.m. That entry.
Dedication.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any questions from the hearing panel for this witness? There are no questions from the hearing panel for you. Do you tender the witness?
I tender the witness, Your Honor, and would call Dr. Priscilla Burks. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record.
My name is Priscilla Burks. I'm a resident of Hines County and I work for the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
4.5 years.
And what is your position with the Board of Nursing?
My current position is Director of Practical Nursing Education.
What is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in nursing, a master's in nursing, and a PhD in nursing and administration.
And having your doctorate and being a nurse yourself, can you speak to what is considered to be the generally accepted standard of nursing practice in relation to cloning of records by a nurse?
It is not the accepted standard of practice in terms of cloning records.
If you would, please tell us what cloning is.
According to CMS, and CMS is the Center of Medicare, Medicaid, cloning records is when you take information from one particular record or entry and you transpose that to another date or a time. That information is often identical and similar, with the only change being the date.
Is it ever permissible for a nurse to clone records?
No, that is not the standard of practice.
And I guess that's kind of my question. Why is it not permissible? Seems like it would be easier. So why is it not permissible?
When you're looking at patient care changes, although it's routine, and we hear the term routine care, but there are things that's going to change from day to day. And the purpose of the documentation is to capture those moments and also to provide a story of what's going on with that individual. So again, it is never appropriate, or it's not a standard of care. And that standard you can find with ANA. When you look at Joint Commission, when you look at the Center of Medicare and Medicaid Services, all of them will tell you that it's not the standard of care.
And what are nurses taught in school related to making entries in medical records?
Nurses are taught to make entries at the time in which that care takes place, to be very specific and descriptive in what is going on with that patient. Because again, you can have the same patient, but from day to day and from hour to hour, things are going to be different.
And can you tell me what the danger or the concern would be if you have a nurse that's cloning records?
The danger is that it's missing important or vital information about that patient, which could contribute to that person not receiving the quality care.
Thank you, Dr. Burks. I have no further questions for this witness.
Howard, if you have any questions for this witness, ask her now.
Yes, I do. I understand you're saying about the cloning of the information from the day-to-day, which I understand the purpose of that. But as I was saying before, I didn't copy the records. It's that I have this patient and there's other stuff that is not presented here, where there is changes where we went to the doctor and did anything, because like you say, on a day-to-day basis, things do change.
Your Honor, I'm gonna
But you're saying it's cloning.
say an objection that this is not time to testify. It has to be a question that's asked of the witness.
Right,
We'll
yes.
pass it. Just pass it.
You just, form, what you want to say to her in the form of a question. So you're asking her something about,
Okay, well, I don't have to ask her a question because I know about documentation. So she's addressing documentation. So I know documentation. So I won't do it because I know, about the crossing out and all that. So it's just,
Okay.
I don't have anything. I don't have anything.
Any questions from the hearing panel for, Dr. Burks? Right, do you- oh, yes.
I tender the witness. Thank you so much. The board rests, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Howard, now is your opportunity to present your case.
Okay. As I was saying before, with the documentation of the medications, I did my medications patiently, routinely. It looks like it's being copied because of the way I wrote it, like the cyperheptadine, the Nexium and all that. I basically did this case from the age of 4 to the age of 13. So it kind of become programmed because when I set my medicine up, I usually set it up the same way every day. I'm kind of a routine person. If we did a bath, I probably did it at the same time every day because when I got her at 4, we just kind of started a system that we had. Only time that we changed that system if we had a doctor's appointment or telehealth or something else that was going on, or if she had bad pain or whatever like that, then there was changes made into the documentation. So basically, my documentation is basically the same because I've done the same thing day after day for all those years. It's kind of programmed in. I do my cyperheptadine today, I do my Nexium, and I set it all up the same way every day because it was simply easier for me to give her stuff the same because she's was peg fed. And so I would put it in a certain way. And so that's why I documented the way I did because she didn't take anything by mouth. It was always in her pig tube. So I would set it up the way it would go in because some of the things she would kind of like not want to take or she said it hurt it when it went down or whatever. So I kind of adjusted and kept it the same. So I documented the same basically every day because that's the way I set it up. So my documentation did come out the same. So I agree that the medications are listed the same way every day because that's something that I did every day. That's just to address the first part of the meds. On the ones that I was talking about where I generated the information, I called Medicaid and asked them, could I generate a form? Because like I said, I was a provider at the General Hands Healthcare, which I have a partner, but she was not subpoenaed, so she's not here. So I'm just speaking for me. They said that this facility could generate the information that they wanted, as long as it was a correct documentation. So what I did was I created a form, but I left spaces in the form. So as we went out through the day, I would take a vital or something and see what was going on with her, and I would fill it in because I was calling myself generating a form that I can use on a consistent basis because I wanted to know, was there any electronic equipment that I could use? But at that point, we was in the COVID time. So it was kind of hard to get in touch with Mr. Griffin and all because I tried to get in touch with people that could come into the facility to help me set up everything because I know in documentation, things do change. I understand if you got an error, you got to draw through it, put one line. If you got a late entry, you got to put the time and the date of the late entries and you got to fill it in, but you can't backtrack it. You got to put it at the time that you entering that entry and you write in it. So like I say, I know the concept of documentation. It's just that the way I gave the medicine, I said it that way every day. But I did generate that form to fill in that information because I had went to the Medicaid board, talked to the public relations office to ask them, could I do that? They told me it was up to the facility to have it done. And so I just made a form because I was trying to generate something that my company could use on a daily basis. And I was reaching back to everybody there, like Alliant can do it. I've called everybody trying to see what I could do to get everything where I could standardize and get everything in order. Because like when you have standardized forms, like with vital signs and stuff, you just fill in the information. I was trying to set up something that way so it would be easier to use. So that's why I say I did generate that form so that I can fill in the spaces, because I wanted to use a standardized form pretty much. And so that's pretty much all I have to say.
At this time, board council may have some questions for you.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood. You mentioned that you had subpoenaed somebody?
No, no, the board here said they would subpoena. They just told me to send it in and it would be subpoenaed. My partner was Lenora Johnson. She's a RN-BSN. She was gonna come today, but she said she never got anything, so she didn't come with me. But she was a partner also with me at General Hands Healthcare.
Are you representing today to the panel that you request a subpoena from this board for today's?
The
hearing?
paper just said if you wanted to subpoena somebody, send their name. So I wrote it in on that letter that I sent in. The last letter I sent in, it was on there.
What letter did you send in?
It's in the information that you just sealed, the one you said to seal it.
Mhm.
There was a letter attached. Should be a letter there somewhere. Let me see, can I find it?
Your information starts on page 18.
It's the information that I faxed in last.
Correct.
Okay, do you see that in writing? It should be in that writing. Okay. See right there on page 19, where it says, please subpoena Lenora Johnson, partner of Gillingham Healthcare LLC. Page 19.
Yes. That was dated July 2nd. Yes.
It's the last thing that I sent in.
Your Honor, we did not subpoena these individuals. They would have to be billed and have to be sent out, and you've got to have a minimum of 10 days to do subpoenas. We can certainly continue it if you want the subpoenas done. I was not aware, that you had requested these subpoenas. We believe this to be documentation that you wanted admitted into evidence. So I just want to make that clear. If Mrs. Howard wants these individuals to be subpoenaed so they can testify, we can continue the hearing. That's the only thing I know to do at this point. I do see where she made this request on July the 2nd.
So, Ms. Howard, do you understand?
No,
You want to, halt your hearing here and, allow for the time to subpoena, your witness, Ms. Lenora Johnson, then you have that opportunity to do that.
the opportunity to do that. I mean, I know she could speak for me and everything, but I'm in a point, I'm just kind of want to get it behind me. I mean, it's,
Yeah, I just want to make that clear. We
I
did
know,
not
I know what you're
realize
saying,
because
you
we,
just didn't see it.
well, we thought it was the bundle of documents you wanted as exhibits, which is what we've made it today. So I did not see this. So
Yeah.
I'm going to be very forthcoming with the panel. I would have clearly issued the subpoenas. We would have billed you for this cost of subpoenas. We would have sent them out in your direction. So I'm willing to continue it. If you want those witnesses here, I'm willing to continue it.
No, just let's go ahead and go. Let's just go with it. We'll just go ahead and proceed on to, through with it, because they can come and speak on me for my, character and what I did and all that. I mean, I was one of the doctors to be reached out to. And the simple reason I did that, because when the care was given to me for the patient, we won't call names, the mother turned everything over to me as far as patient's care, patient's health. She had told these doctors, don't call her anymore, to contact me. So all that is in that document that I sent in, saying that the mother had UMC, because that's where we went. All doctors no longer contacted the mother, they contacted me, because I provided that care for that time, because I knew that care better than what she did, because she wasn't able to say, comprehend all the stuff that she was going through. So everything was basically on me. So
So what, I guess I just want resolution on the record, because like I said, I meant this was sent during,
On the third, second or the third or something.
it was sent on the evening of the second,
Second or something like that when I sent it.
so it was sent within the 10-day time frame. So we owe you the subpoenas if you want the subpoenas. If you don't want us to do the subpoenas, we won't, but we will have to continue it to another date in order to issue those subpoenas.
To enter the subpoenas.
So I just want the record, if Mrs. Howard doesn't want these witnesses on her behalf, I just want the record to clearly state that. And if she does, I'm happy to continue this case and resume it another time.
Howard,
Mm,
you know, it seems as though at the time, it was important to you to,
yeah, it was because, negligence in my care of,
well, no. it's
so I don't
important
want to,
to subpoena.
yeah, let's just do it. Let's do it.
We'll continue the, hearing.
Yeah, let's continue. Let's
I'm
do
even
it.
willing to continue it till tomorrow, if you think that you can call these individuals and ask them to come testify on your behalf.
We can do that. That'll be fine.
Okay, so we will, stop here. Just noting that, the licensee had began her case. The, board counsel, was cross-examining the licensee. So we're gonna, stop here and allow for that time to subpoena the witnesses you requested on July 2nd, 2024. So, stopping the hearing here, and it'll be continued until,
Your Honor, I would not have time to subpoena those witnesses.
No, I just asked him. She
It would
said I
just
could
be
ask him.
a matter, it would either be, we continue it to another hearing date to allow us to do, we at least need 10 days for subpoenas.
Yeah.
Or to see if she can reach those individuals and they'd be willing to testify on her behalf. We could definitely send them a Zoom link. We could accommodate them in any way we need, but
and in the event they are unavailable during this hearing session, then it will be continued to the next session.
Okay.
All right, so we'll continue we'll stop here,
Okay.
and your hearing is continued for some other later date on this July 2024 docket.
Okay.
Should you be able to secure the witnesses, request the subpoena,
Okay.
and then you cannot, then the matter will be continued until the next,
Your Honor, we could even continue it later today if she's able to. We can give her a Zoom link that she can provide to these individuals if they're willing to testify. She has their phone numbers listed.
that's
So-
so yeah.
We could
any-
come back at the end of today and resume this if possible. I just, I want to give her an opportunity to have the individuals that she attempted to call.
Well, anytime this week, later today, or anytime this week. And if in the event it can't happen this week, without a subpoena, then, it'll be continued until the next, for the next one of the hearings, which is October.
Okay.
All right, you may be excused, and I guess y'all convene here briefly. We'll allow for 10-minute recess, and then maybe y'all can talk about how to get the witnesses there.
What I need to leave.
record. A brief recess. I'll call up the next matter on the docket, case number 2024-0527, involving the licensee, Ms. Anna Kate Nelson, license number R-877297. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask members of the hearing panel for this case to state their names for the record.
Mary Stewart, RN.
Lisa Gentry, RN.
And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Ian Salzman.
And is the licensee, Ms. Anna Kate Nelson, present?
I am.
Ms. Nelson, are you represented by an attorney? Because you're not represented by an attorney, I have a few questions for you. Do you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf? And do you understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board?
Ma'am.
And all of this, you wish to proceed today without an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I want to identify the individuals in attendance that will give testimony today. So if you will testify today, please state your name so that the court reporter can swear you in.
Rebecca Martin.
I have Karonda Mason and Andrea Nelms on Zoom.
Can they state their names?
I think they're on. Andrea, can you state your name?
Andrea Nelms,
Could you spell it, please?
Nelms.
Karonda, can you state your name, please? Karonda, can you state your name? Yes. Can you state your name, Karonda?
Ms. Karonda?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you state your name?
Karonda Mason.
You.
I have Rebecca Martin,
Beth.
Beth Gann, Andrea Nelms, and Karonda
Mason.
Mason. And Ms. Nelson, will you testify? Are you testifying on your behalf today?
Yes, ma'am.
So now the court reporter will swear you off.
Would each of you raise your right hand, please? And on Zoom also? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Preliminary matters.
Yes, Your Honor. The board would request that exhibits B1 through B18 be entered into evidence today. And Mrs. Nelson also submitted documents that have been previously marked as R1, and she's now brought in some documents, and I believe copies have been made and provided that have been marked as R2. And we request entry of B1 through B18 under seal, please.
Admission of the exhibits introduced by the board council into the record for today.
No, ma'am.
So those are admitted. And board council, do you have any objections to the exhibits introduced by the respondent?
And I have no objection to respondents' exhibits. I just want to make sure that the board's exhibits were admitted under seal. Thank
So,
you.
your exhibits, you have two.
I have 3 character witnesses and an additional drug screen from my psychiatrist.
So, respondent's composite exhibit is admitted into today's record, and the records introduced by board counsel are admitted under seal. We'll proceed as follows, have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for question, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, allow for closing statements. If parties are ready to begin, we can begin now with opening statements, beginning with board counsel.
Thank you. Today we are here because it's alleged that Mrs. Nelson has violated Mississippi Code annotated 7315-29-1F, and that she has negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure. It is alleged that she violated Mississippi Code annotated 7315-29-IL, and that she engaged in unprofessional conduct in the practice of this profession while under the influence of a mood-altering substance as evidenced by a positive drug screen. Today, the evidence will show that Mrs. Nelson previously had her license revoked by the board in July of 2021. In the latter part of 22, her license was restored by this board, and she was placed on probation for a period of 12 months, subject to certain stipulations, including employer reports. Today, you will hear evidence that on May 7th, 2024, while Mrs. Nelson was working as a nurse for Cornerstone Rehab and Healthcare Center in Corinth, Mississippi, she was asked to submit to a reasonable cause drug screen. After an MRO was conducted, that test resulted as positive for barbiturates. Mrs. Nelson did not have a prescription for barbiturates at the time of the drug screen, and she was terminated from employment. 10 days later, Mrs. Nelson submitted her own drug screen to the board for consideration. That drug screen resulted as negative for barbiturates, but also resulted as negative for drugs that Nelson is currently on and prescribed. Thank you.
Ms. Nelson, this is your opportunity to give your opening statement.
Thank you. I'm here to defend myself on the charges that that I have allegedly committed. I was on probation. Actually had, I think, less than a week left before this complaint came in. I was told that I won't say his name, but a former employee contacted the Board of Nursing, that's what I was told, and made a complaint. Evidence shows that that's not how it went, but that he called the following day and said that he did this out of retaliation. The matter that I'm worried about is the 2 charges. I do take Adderall and Klonopin. My Klonopin is as needed, so I don't have to take it all the time. I have to take a drug test every month for my doctor to write those medications. And I submitted a drug test for May the 16th. The original drug test was on 5/7. I submitted one for May 16th and May 17th, and neither one of those were for barbiturates. I did ask my employer for a retest. I had had surgery the month before, so I've taken a leave, naproxen. I had almost bled out. And I researched where those can cause a false positive. I was denied a retest by my employer, and I was terminated, which I'll get to that, but I was terminated not because of the investigation. It says that I was not negligent of the investigation. It was just because of the positive on the barbiturates. And I was to call in 180 days to be rehired. And I was turned over the phone. And I have my mom as my 2 coworkers.
Board council, when you're ready.
Get some water.
Yeah, okay, we'll take a.
Rhonda and Andrea, can you look at the chat messages, please?
Yes.
They took their lunch at 8:30.
Ladies,
My apologies.
Back on the record. Board council, when you're ready, we can start with your opening statement. Oh, you did? Oh, I'm sorry. You may call you first, but.
I'm throwing everybody off. The board calls Rebecca Martin. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment.
I'm Rebecca Martin. I reside in Madison County and I work for the Board of Nursing,
How long did you work for the Board of Nursing?
almost 4 years.
And what are your duties?
I'm a compliance case manager.
And what are the duties of a compliance case manager?
I monitor nurses that have a final board order.
And once the final order is entered in a case, does the compliance case manager assist the licensee in completing the terms of that final order?
Yes, we assist them to make sure they stay compliant.
And so were you the assigned compliance case manager to Mrs. Nelson's case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll call you when I get out of here.
And why are we here today?
Because I was contacted by Miss Donna Gardner, the DON at Cornerstone, letting me know that they had done an investigation because they had gotten a complaint from an employee stating that Miss Nelson, there was an allegation for misappropriation of medication and that they did a drug screen and it was a positive.
So as part of her final order, Mrs. Nelson had to have employee reports submitted to the board. Is that correct?
Yes,
How long was that period that she had to have those employee reports submitted?
for 12 months.
And she was nearing the end of that 12-month period, was she not?
Yes, ma'am.
When you received this report from her employer
Yes, ma'am.
about a positive drug screen?
Yes, ma'am.
You would please look at Exhibit B2, and that's on page 3, and identify that document, please.
This is the nurse information sheet. And it lets us know her address and her license number.
For Mrs. Nelson?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you would, look at page 5 and tell us what that document is, Exhibit B3.
This is her license verification.
Yes, ma'am, and you?
This is her license verification for Miss Nelson.
And what is the name on that license verification?
Anna Kate Nelson,
And what's the license number
877297,
and the license type?
a registered nurse,
And is her license currently active?
active and on probation.
And when does it expire?
It expires December 31st, 2024.
Let's turn to Exhibit B5, page 7.
This is the notice of hearing.
And when does it schedule the hearing in this matter?
Wednesday, July 17th.
And is that today's date?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Mrs. Nelson in fact present today?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would, turn to page 8 and identify that document, please.
This is Miss Nelson's complaint,
And what are the 2 charges listed on this complaint against Mrs. Nelson?
that she has negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure. And charge 2 is in that respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely practicing the profession while under the influence of alcohol or other mood altering substances as evidenced by positive screen for drugs, for alcohol, an illegal substance, or unauthorized medication in violation of 30 Mississippi Annotated Code 2820 R1-.
And would you tell us what additional facts are listed in this complaint in support of those two charges?
Yes, on or about July 30th, 2021, the nursing license of respondent was revoked by the Mississippi Board of Nursing. Therefore, on or about November 7th, 2022, the Mississippi Board of Nursing issued a final order that reinstated the license of respondent and placed her on probation for a minimum period of 12 months, subject to successful completion of certain stipulations, including employer. On or about May 7th, 2024, respondent was working as a nurse at Cornerstone Rehabilitation and Healthcare Center in Corinth, Mississippi, when she was asked to submit a reasonable drug screen after the facility received a report that respondent was misappropriating medication. Respondent submitted to a drug screen and resulted as a positive for amphetamines, barbiturates, and opiates. The result were submitted for MRO and returned as positive for only barbiturates, as respondent had current prescriptions for amphetamines and opiates. Respondent did not have a prescription for barbiturates. Because of the positive drug screen for barbiturates, respondent was terminated from employment at Cornerstone.
You could read that next set of facts as well, that are found on page 9.
Therefore, on May 17, 2024, respondent voluntarily submitted a drug screen at Express Care of Mississippi. Although this drug screen resulted as negative for barbiturates, it also resulted as negative for amphetamines and benzodiazepines. Respondent has current prescriptions for amphetamines and benzodiazepines.
Thank you. And if you're looking at page 9, what was the date this complaint was filed?
June 10th, 2023.
And if you would, please turn to page 11 and 12, and identify what those documents are.
This is the green card that was signed, that was sent to her PO box in Boonville. And the page 12 states that it was delivered.
Thank you. And that's referring to the notice of hearing and the complaint, and the tracking numbers match for that
Yes, ma'am.
delivery. So let's talk about the final order. Did it incorporate an agreed settlement proposal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you would turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B6, and that's found on page 14,
Mhm.
identify that document.
This is the final board order revoking Mr. Nelson's license.
And what's the date of this final order?
This was July 30th, 2021.
If you look at page 15, paragraph 6, could you tell us what was found in this final order? This is the original order.
Yeah.
Related to Mrs. Nelson's past disciplinary matters, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The board's hearing panel finds that while working for Southern Care Hospice in Tupelo, Mississippi, on or about March 28, 2016, respondent falsely documented performing a face-to-face skilled nursing visit for patient 1. Further, respondent falsely documented delivering patient 1's prescription for hydrocodone 10 milligrams to patient 1's spouse on or about March 28, 2016. The facility terminated respondent's employment on or about April 8th, 2016.
Now, Mrs. Nelson was not present at this hearing, is that correct?
I don't believe so.
And what was the ultimate decision made by the board panel in 2021 related to her license?
They revoked her.
If you would look at page 18, which has been marked as Exhibit B7, could you identify that?
This is the final order reinstating Ms. Nelson's license.
And what's the date of this final order if you look at the back page?
This order is from November 7th, 2022.
And is this the final order that you're the case manager for?
Yes, ma'am.
This is the most recent final order for Mrs. Nelson.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did this final order, what did the board order for Mrs. Nelson?
For her to come,
Did they, well, let me go back. Did they restore her license?
yes, ma'am.
But did they condition that restoration?
Yes, her license was reinstated with preconditions to be met within 180 days. She had to come to visit, she had to do a compliance conference, which would have been done with an affidavit. She had to sign release and a psychological evaluation. She also had to pay a fine. Once she was to do that, she could get a restricted license for 12 months.
So let's just stop there. Did she get her restricted license?
Yes, ma'am.
So she met the preconditions. She received a restricted license. Then what was required of Mrs. Nelson under this order?
She was to have employer reports for 12, a minimum of 12 months.
And what's an employer report? Did you tell the panel what that involves?
Her employer has to send me quarterly reports telling me if she has indirect or direct supervision, and pretty much an evaluation every quarter of how she is doing.
And so until May of 2024, had she had successful employer reports or positive employer reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was she scheduled to complete that 12-month term?
She was possibly to come off probation May 21st, 2024.
But prior to the date, you received a negative employer report,
Right.
correct? And that was related to prescription drug for a substance that she did not have a prescription for.
Yes.
After a reasonable suspicion, drug screen was requested at the facility.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in that board order, was she required to submit to drug screening?
No, ma'am.
So the board does not have any type of spectrum drug screening results in the past 12 months. Is that correct? It did require psychiatric evaluation then. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would look at exhibit B8, page 25, could you identify that for us?
Yes, that's an evaluation that Lisa Lippincott had done, I believe, on November 14th, 2022.
And this is, again, part of what she was ordered to do, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the outcome of that evaluation? What was her recommendation?
She states, in the interest of this patient, I would recommend to her to be reevaluated for her psychiatric medications, which possibly could contribute to her unstable anxiety and disorder behavior. In addition, anxiety should not be treated solely on daily amounts of benzodiazepines. In fact, when used long-term, benzodiazepines actually increase anxiety, especially at this high dose. It is called rebound. I also question the validity of 2 different ADHD medications if necessary.
Okay. And then ultimately, what was the plan that this assessor?
In consideration of her present stressors and ongoing psychiatric care, I believe Anna Kate Nelson is capable of practicing nursing in certain professional situations.
If you would please turn to page 28 and identify that document, please.
This is from Sheehan Counseling Center for Miss Anna Kate Nelson. This is, I believe, is her reevaluation for her medications.
Okay, so just to get this straight, so I'm clear, Lippincott recommended that she have her medications reevaluated. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then Mrs. Nelson went back to the provider she already had to do that reevaluation of her medication?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Dr. Sheehan said what?
I have reviewed all Miss Nelson's medications with patient today to confirm effectiveness and reasons for medication. She has not had to change medication in over a year since. She is very stable. She denies any side effects, sedation, or impaired cognition.
Okay, and if you would, let's turn to page 29, exhibit B9, and identify that document, please.
This is the document that Miss Donna Gardner sent me when we talked, I believe, on May 17th about the incident at Cornerstone.
Okay, so it's basically the facility report of this incident.
Yes.
And could you just tell us who submitted this report?
She sent it to me, but I believe this Wiley Washington is who wrote it.
And if you would just summarize what this report says.
This pretty much is stating that they had gotten an allegation from a former employee that stated that she had been taking medication from deceased patients. They did an investigation and found that that was not the case.
When you said they did an investigation and found that that was not the case, are you saying they didn't find that any counts were off?
Right, that the revealed, no. The allegation of Miss Nelson was as retaliation for a breakup. And that the charge nurse stated that there was no medication that was misappropriated.
So there was no evidence of drug diversion, is what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
But what else did they find in doing their investigation?
That when they did a drug screen, a reasonable suspicion drug screen that she had positive drug test.
And did they also provide you with a copy of that drug screen?
Yes, ma'am.
If you'd look at page 32, exhibit B11, and identify that document.
This is the drug screen that Miss Gardner had sent me.
And who is the subject of this drug screen?
Miss Anna Kate Nelson
And when was this specimen collected?
on May 7th, 2024 at 8:30 in the morning.
And what was the initial result before it was MRO'd?
She was positive for amphetamines, barbiturates, and opiates.
And she had 2 prescriptions that she was able to provide for 2 of those drugs she tested positive for, correct?
Yes.
Did she have a prescription for the positive barbiturate result?
No.
And was this drug screen submitted for MRO?
Yes.
Okay, if you would turn to page 34 and identify that document.
This is the MRO that they sent her original drug screen for an MRO, and Dr. Stephen, I can't say his last name.
We'll say pass.
Stated that it was through the MRO was the positive for the barbiturates, but the other 2 were prescription positive.
If you would, please turn to page 35, exhibit B12. What is this document?
This is a disciplinary action record
On what date?
for, it looks like there was a witness that signed it on 5/17.
Okay, and who is the subject of this disciplinary action record?
Anna Kate Nelson.
And what does this report state?
Associate states that there was a positive drug screen. Employee was terminated.
That she was terminated?
Yes.
And what was her statement in response to the termination?
She says, that's fine. I have my lawyer working on everything with the board and getting a new drug screen.
So after this occurred, did Mrs. Nelson go and voluntarily take a drug screen that she wanted to provide to the board?
Yes, ma'am.
And so she provided those results to the board, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if you would turn to exhibit 13, which is on page 42, and identify that document.
This is the drug test from Express Care, Mississippi.
And who is the subject of this drug screen?
Anna Kate Nelson,
And what's the date of this drug screen?
5/17/24.
And then where did she get this drug screen done?
Express Care of Mississippi in Boonville,
And what were the results of this drug screen?
that it was all negative.
And did you contact the nurse practitioner who signed this document?
Yes, the one that was on duty that day.
And what did you ask that nurse practitioner?
I contacted and spoke with the nurse practitioner, Katie Kerr, and asked her about the drug screens that they perform there, and that if their drug screens were done with an MRO, she said no, and that if they asked for prescriptions, it would be for a current employee, a current patient or a pre-employment. But this was a strictly negative drug screen.
So let me rephrase my question. If there were positive results for which Mrs. Nelson had valid prescriptions, would they have shown as positive here, or would they have been removed from this particular drug screen?
They would have been positive.
So if she had barbiturates in her system, even if she had a prescription for that, would it have shown as positive on this particular drug screen?
Yes, because they did not ask for prescriptions.
And why does it stand out to you that everything here is negative? Is that odd?
Yes, because per her evaluation, we were told that she is constantly on Adderall and clozapine.
And what were the results here for amphetamine?
Negative.
All results were negative, correct?
Right.
And so did you ever had a chance to talk to Mrs. Nelson about this particular drug screen that she provided?
No.
Please turn to page 77. I think it's exhibit B17. Can you identify this document?
This is a PMP for Miss Anna Kate Nelson.
What's the date range at the top?
May 20th, 2021 to May 20th, 2024.
Can you tell the panel what a PMP is?
This is for all the controlled prescriptions that she fills at the pharmacy.
And that would include even medical marijuana certification, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me whether this PMP shows that Mrs. Nelson was regularly being prescribed and filled amphetamines?
Yes, as early as the day she took her drug test.
Does it appear that she missed any time picking up amphetamines in recent months?
It does not look like it.
Let's go back to page 44. This is exhibit B14. Can you identify this document?
This is a spectrum summary of just the documents in our messages.
And then kind of tell the board panel what spectrum is and what you say documents the messages. What does that mean?
Spectrum is our online system where we put all of our documents so that we are digital. It also allows the participant and I to be able to message back and forth to each other, as well as I to put in notes on what has happened or transpired.
I would like to direct your attention to page 51 of these notes on the date of 5/20/2024. Now, the drug screen we just discussed was from 5/17, correct?
Yes.
This is on 5/20/2024. Could you tell me what Mrs. Nelson wrote to you where it says, Rebecca, I think there has been some confusion?
Let me read that one.
Mhm.
Rebecca, I think there has been some confusion or miscommunication between what my attorney and Deanne have discussed. She asked the board about my probation, and when they looked at the urine results, both from Cornerstone and the clinic on Friday, the drug is marked negative, so long as the lab has your prescription information from the pharmacy. I tested positive for my Adderall and Klonopin on both tests, but when I gave my prescription to both the lab and the clinic, they verified them and that cancels the drug out, so they mark negative. I need to speak to someone, please. I'm begging you. I can't lose my license or I will lose my children. Please, can you or Deanne call me? Casey is in a meeting and he said couldn't talk to me to explain this to him. I take drug tests every month at my doctor's, and if my medicines are not in my system, he will immediately fire me as a patient.
So what was Mrs. Nelson telling you here about that 5/17 drug screen?
That it's wrong.
And
It should show that there's her Adderall in it.
when you say that it's wrong, Was she saying that that prescription positives wouldn't show up?
It's saying that she should have prescription and I tested positive for Adderall and Klonopin, that it should have said it. And that verify and cancels, and so they marked negative.
So she's saying that they verified her prescriptions when she obtained the drug screen on 5/17.
Yes.
And you reached out to the nurse practitioner that conducted the drug screen. And what did she tell you?
The nurse practitioner that I talked to wasn't the same one that was circled. It was a different one, but that's their policy.
Is what?
Is that if they're not a current patient and they're just coming and it's not for pre-drug screen, they do not ask for prescriptions.
It's just what it is what it is on the drug screen.
Yes.
So with her prescription history, it would be odd to have all negative drug screening.
Yes.
Now, again, she was not required to drug screen as part of her compliance, correct?
No, ma'am.
So we don't have a history of drug screen results ourselves.
No, ma'am.
Okay, other than what she's provided.
No.
And today she's entered into evidence, exhibit R2,
Yes, ma'am.
and she submitted a second drug screen or another drug screen. And I would direct everyone's attention to the last page of R2. Could you tell us tell us who the subject is of this drug screen?
Yes, Miss Anna Kate Nelson,
And what was the date of collection here?
5/20/24.
Is that the day of collection?
Oh,
$5.16.
5/16/2024.
Okay, could you tell us what she tested positive for on 5/16?
Yes, amphetamines and THC.
So in 5/16, her drug result was positive for amphetamines, which she has a prescription for, correct? It was positive for THC. Did you see a medical marijuana certification on her PMP?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so the next day, when she submitted another drug screen on 5/17, she tested negative for amphetamines.
Yes, ma'am.
So as we sit here today, this is a compliance referral, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Nelson was revoked, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
For alleged drug diversion. 12 months later, she was restored by this board.
Yeah.
Okay. She was given 12 months to do everything correctly that this board asked.
Yes.
And she now is here today because she's been referred back for a show cause hearing based on drug screens,
Yes, ma'am.
positive drug screens for which she does not have prescriptions.
Yes, ma'am.
And we subsequently received 2 more drug screens that also are not in line with the medications that she takes.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Ms. Nelson, do you have any, questions for this witness?
Yes, I do have one. When it said that you called the first, Express Clinic, you talked to who?
Katie Kerr, the FNP,
Okay,
not the one that's circled.
okay. I saw no FMP on that day. I went in and asked for a drug screen, paid the money, gave him my prescriptions, and this nurse watched me urinate. And then she filled out the form. I never saw a nurse practitioner. They don't have current patients. They are Express
You're
Clinic.
gonna have to object. She needs to ask in the form of a question. She can testify later.
Yes, saying, Ms. Nelson, when you, just have to ask her a question. And then, when you get ready to testify, you can make that point, but until then, right now, we're just giving you an opportunity when you have the opportunity
Yeah.
to ask her any questions you want to ask her. You can prompt her.
So again, you talked to someone other than Andrea McKee, I think that was when I went, and she just stated the policy, or she stated the facts of what happened on the day that I went.
So when I called, the day I called, which I believe is on 5/21, when I called, Miss Andrew, the nurse practitioner, Andrew McKay. Key was not there, so Katie Kerr was there, and that was the only nurse practitioner, so she told me the policy of their clinic.
Did you speak to the nurse?
No, because the FMP was circled on your drug screen. I spoke to the other FMP.
Okay, so the nurse that completed my drug screen, you didn't talk to her?
No, because they were the ones who
Okay.
referred me to the nurse practitioner.
Okay. And one other question, going back to the disciplinary, action. It says that I was, wait, hold on. What am I looking for? I'm sorry, it was the email. I'm sorry. When she emailed you, you said it was the 17th that she emailed you, but it was dated on the 10th. Ms. Gardner. Um, on page 29. But this is from Wiley, Washington.
Yeah, Ms. Gardner is the one who sent me this report.
Did,
Wiley, Washington didn't send this to me.
do you have proof that she sent it? Or do you have, I guess, like in a form of an email? Do you have whose email did it come from?
Ms. Gardner on May 17th at 1:33 PM attaches page 31. It says attaches, this is attaches the final result. Ms. Annie Kate Nelson will let you know when the administrator updates the report.
And that was on the
5/17/2024.
okay, so you didn't talk to her at all before then?
Ms. Gardner?
Yes, ma'am.
She talked to me over the phone
Yes, ma'am. And what did she say?
at 12,
Like, oh, when's the first time that she contacted you?
either the day, Thursday, May 16th. And then May 17th. She told me that she had terminated you.
But you talked to her before then because she let you know that there was an investigation because I talked to you.
Yeah,
What date did you talk to her the first time?
over the phone.
Uh-huh.
Before the 17th.
You don't know, you don't remember what date that was?
I don't remember the exact date
And you didn't put that note in?
that I spoke to her.
Hmm.
No.
That's all I have for her.
Any questions from the hearing panel? Ms. Martin?
Yeah, I really need to do my people, they're at work. My witnesses,
Mhm.
because I was told 8:30, so they took their lunch at 8:30 and now they're at work. Is there any way that I could,
Procedurally, not right now, but, I don't know if there's some concession that, Ms. Salzman will make, but.
I will not, Your Honor. I will not make that concession. We're almost done. And we have the burden of proof here. We have the right to go first.
So, not now. Any questions from the hearing panel for, Ms. Martin? No? All right, do you, tender the witness?
I have one follow-up question. If you could turn to page 43, and I didn't ask you this earlier, and I apologize, and I will try to make it quick. Do you document that conversation that you had with Katie Kerr?
Yes,
Discussing the policy of that clinic?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor. I do tender the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Nelson, put on your case, yeah.
I can do my witness. Okay, I'm gonna call, Andrea Nelms.
Yes, ma'am.
Please. Andrea, can you state your name and how you know me?
My name is Andrea Nelms. I'm an LPN. I was an LPN with Cornerstone when at the same time that Anna Kate Nelson was employed there. I was the night shift nurse that relieved her in the mornings.
Okay, and on the day of May the 7th, I relieved you, or I attempted to get a
You-
report from you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was I, in any kind of unusual state of mind?
No, ma'am, not that I could tell. You seemed fine.
Was I impaired at any way or in any way?
No, ma'am.
Okay, nothing seemed off.
No, ma'am, we did report and count just fine, as always.
Was there a discrepancy in the count, the night before when you relieved me and and on the day of the 7th when I relieved you?
No, ma'am, there has never been a discrepancy in any of our medication on any of our counts.
And I have one more question. When we had patients to expire, who was responsible for getting rid of the, deceased medications?
RN supervisors or upper management, DON, we were to leave them in the med cart locked and counted as always until removed by upper management.
And did I ever ask, a supervisor or our director of nursing to please get the medications out after after the patient expired?
Yes, ma'am, on multiple occasions, as well as I did because our carts were full.
Has there, for as long as that you've worked with me, has there ever been anything out of whack? Anything that you, noticed that would cause, someone to say I was impaired or under the influence?
No, ma'am.
And did I give any patient care on May the 7th?
No, ma'am, not while I was in the building, not that I'm aware of. We went to the nurse's station together, and that's where you were when I left that morning.
And they had a relief there for me when we walked to the nurse's station?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
I left a little early that day, so.
Okay.
But
Thank you so much.
All right, Ms.
you're
Neal,
welcome.
hold on.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes, counsel for the board may have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Dems, are you a licensed nurse?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you an LPN?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your license number?
Oh, I don't have that right on hand. I'm sorry.
How long have you been a nurse?
For a year and 6 months.
I believe you stated you worked with her at Cornerstone. Do you still work at Cornerstone?
No, ma'am, I just left there. I just recently got employed at Mississippi Care Center.
Mississippi Care Center?
Yes, ma'am.
How long were you at Cornerstone?
A year and 5 months. It was my first nursing job.
Did you see Mrs. Nelson provide a drug screen on May the 7th, 2024?
No, ma'am, I'm a night shift nurse. I had left that morning. We gave report and I went home.
You have no knowledge of who took care of her patients on the 7th of 2024, right?
No, ma'am, I left at, I believe, 6:50 that morning because I had to get my children to school.
So when she just asked you about patient care on the 7th and you said you didn't,
I said not to my acknowledgement that we walked to the nurse's station together. So that's when I was there, no, ma'am.
but you weren't there during her shift on the 7th.
No, ma'am, I left at 6:50. She was my relief. I'm a night shift nurse.
And what is your knowledge of the drug screen that Mrs. Nelson submitted on May
She-
7th, 2024.
I was just informed that she had one and had been terminated due to the findings.
Do you know what her reason was for testing positive that day?
No, ma'am, she said she didn't understand why she failed it. She was actually really distraught.
Are you friends outside of work?
I would call us more acquaintances than friends. We text back and forth, but I mean, nothing, like I said, more acquaintances.
No further questions.
Any redirect from Ms. Nelson?
No, ma'am.
Right, any questions from the hearing panel for Ms. Nelms?
Question. Ms. Nels,
Yes, ma'am.
you said that you are no longer employed at the same facility. Why did you leave?
I was terminated for not following doctor's orders and company policy procedures. I accidentally missed a feeding on a resident. I had a death and didn't follow up with the morning feeding. And I didn't follow policy procedures on that and was recently terminated.
Is that your first
Discrepancy?
discipline? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any follow-up questions from the parties based off the line of questioning by the board?
No, Your Honor.
No, ma'am.
Do you tender this witness? Meaning, is she excused? Do you wanna?
Yeah, she can be excused.
Ma'am, you may be excused.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you.
You may call your next witness.
Okay, Karanda,
Yes, ma'am.
state your name.
Karonda Mason,
Okay, where do you work?
Cornerstone Health and Rehab,
And what is your job title?
certified nursing assistant.
And how long have you and I worked together?
About 3 years.
Okay, during any of those years, and let me just clarify, when I said work together, I was the nurse on the hall and she was the CNA on the hall, just to clarify. Have you ever, in those 3 years, seen me impaired, under the influence, acting like I was on drugs?
No,
Okay. Have I ever not provided patient care?
no. You honestly always go above and beyond.
Have I ever provided any harm to any patient that you're aware of?
No,
Okay. On the day of May the 7th, you were there, whenever, you were there that morning because you worked day shift with me. Did I seem impaired on that day?
no,
I was actually kind of excited. Why was I excited?
because you came to work on time.
Well, the other reason, because
Because you were about to get off probation.
yes, Karanda called me every day and was counting down my days for probation. So anyways, did you see me perform any patient care?
No,
So who relieved me?
a nurse named Oni.
And she relieved me as soon as I got back to the nurse's desk. Is that right?
Yep,
And where did I go?
they took you to the office
And did you see me any more that day?
when you came back to get your stuff.
And
that was
then
there.
did I perform any patient care or
No,
Okay.
You didn't touch anybody.
Okay, did I don't even think we really even talked. I think I was just too upset.
Yeah, we didn't talk for a couple of days.
Okay. All right, that's all I have for her.
Right, Ms. Mason, board council may have some questions.
Ms. Mason, how long did you say that you and Mrs. Nelson worked together?
About 3 years.
Can you give me those dates?
Let's see, I came here in 2019. I worked with her some in 2019. And I came back in 2020. She came back. Say about December 2019 is when I met her for the first time, and I left and I came back because I had a baby. Came back in 2020, and then she came back. Maybe about October-ish, November-ish. And then she just came back earlier this year. Not for sure the timing of this year.
So she's only worked at Cornerstone during 2024?
No, she's worked here previously. I'm not too familiar with the dates. She's kinda came and went.
You aware of her disciplinary history with the board? Sounds like you were.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was your knowledge of her disciplinary history with this board?
Just that I don't know specifics, just that she was on probation.
Currently,
Ma'am.
she was on probation.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you present at the facility on May 7th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were there as a CNA, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you work with Miss Nelson every time she had a shift?
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't recall when she began working at Cornerstone?
No, not for sure. Cause we've gone through so many, different nurses and stuff, but
Describe what it's like working with Miss Nelson.
you're gonna have a good day. And whenever you call her, she coming to help.
No further questions.
Okay, any redirect, Ms. Nelson, okay. And, any members of the hearing panel have, questions for Ms. Mason?
I have one, just to clarify. So, Ms. Mason, just a very quick question. I wanted to try to understand the relationship between you and Ms. Nelson. So as a certified nursing assistant working with her as an RN, do you report to her?
Yes,
Okay, so in some ways she's in a supervisory role?
yes, ma'am. When they would let her be.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Karanda.
You're welcome. Y'all have a good day.
You too.
You may call your next.
I have, my mom, Beth Gann. Where does she need to go?
Is it at the table next to you?
Can you say your name?
Beth Gann, I'm Anna Kate's mother.
Okay, I tested positive for barbiturate. And like I was saying, it's been evidence-based that taking NSAIDs or a leave or whatnot could cause a false positive test. My question for you is, have you ever seen me take an naproxen?
Yes, I bought you some.
Okay, can you elaborate?
Can I elaborate? Can I explain? Okay. The day we left the hospital after I watched her almost die, the doctors, the nurses, gave us the scripts and we went to Walgreens in Corinth and I had them filled and I got her Advil and naproxen, however you pronounce it, I'm sorry. And I believe it was Percocet that they prescribed and maybe something else, I can't remember. And I got her those two so she wouldn't, you know, they only give you so many pain pills and I didn't want her taking the pain pills all the time. So we would try to alternate the leave, Advil, naproxen. And she stayed at my house for 2 days and I literally gave her that medicine for 2 days. And then when she went home, she took it as well. I sent it home with her.
Other than after the surgery, after the surgery, did you see me like weeks or it hadn't been that many months, but like weeks after the surgery, did you see me take NSAIDs, naproxen or a leave?
No,
Okay,
I didn't. I mean,
did
that's
you
when
take me
had-
BC powder?
I know you took a BC powder because you had bad headaches, and I have seen you at Ann Clayton softball game.
Okay,
You had taken one,
okay.
but
So,
by
but,
that time you'd gone back to work, so I didn't see you. You know, your day to day.
so it's not uncommon for me to take a naproxen or a leave for a headache.
No,
Okay,
no.
that's all I have.
Ms. Gann, Ms. Saltzman, Board Council may have some questions for you.
I have no questions.
All right, members of the hearing panel may have some questions for you.
Thank you.
Nelson, now's your opportunity to present your case.
The first thing I want to point out, on page 14. For my hearing the first time in 2021, it says on the final order that I was properly served. I never received any notification, no certified letter. It was not in the newspaper for me to come to a hearing. And it also says right here that I was called on the day. I was not called. I addressed this at the previous reinstatement hearing. I have a PO box and I have a physical address. To my understanding, the board had been sending it to my physical address and our lovely post office would not put it in my PO box. Anyways, I didn't have to wait a whole year before I reapplied for reinstatement. They knocked it down to 6 months because they had my current address, my current phone number, my current email, and I was not contacted. So I only had to wait 6 months before I reapplied. I wanted to point that out. Because that was noted. Prior to that, but that's why I was not at that hearing. And then the reason that, or the way that I found out was when we renew our license and because they showed active until January of 2022. And I got no final order sent to me. I received this at my first hearing, the final order. And so I just wanted to let y'all know that. So I appreciate that this is in the evidence that shows that where I received this, the notification of this hearing. But anyways, and then I want to, go to, my doctor's note on it's Lisa Lippencott's, note first. Hold on. I had to have a psychiatric, eval, paid out of pocket. It lasted about 10 minutes. And on her notes, I don't know how, really don't know how relevant it can be. She's got me as my mom deceased, my dad alive. She has me as married for the second time, which is none of that's true. But I wanted to point out that she reported that I had a recent drug test that was positive for amphetamines and benzos. And that was on the 8th that I saw her. One second. Okay, it is on page 25 and 26. And up there on 26 where it says social, that's where she put the second marriage. And then down below, you can see where she put mom deceased, father living. She did get the 3 children right. And where I reside, and that I have 2 sisters. My dad has been deceased since 2002. I have seen Dr. Sheehan, and that's what Lisa Lippincott said, that, she thought I was capable of performing my nursing duties, but I was called by my caseworker and told that I needed to follow up with with my psychiatrist, excuse me. And I see him every month, and it's Clyde Sheehan. And he, when I went to my visit, he asked me what I needed from him. And I said, well, they sent me to another psychiatrist, and I told him why. And he responded by the doctor's note that he wrote, which said that he has treated me and that my medicines have not changed and that I was stable, and that I was closely monitored. I am closely monitored, and I see him every month. Actually, the 17th is usually when I go, so it would have been today. On May the 17th, I did go see Dr. Sheehan, went that morning. After seeing Dr. Sheehan, I went to the clinic and took a drug test. After I went there, I went to Medical Plaza in Corinth, and you can see that on my piece, whatever that thing's called, PMP, whatever, to fill my medications. I take Klonopin as needed, 3 times a day as needed. I've taken it for my dad's been dead for 22, so 22 years, 20 years. I had panic attacks. If nobody's ever had one, I hope you don't. With that being said, some days I have good days and I don't have to have them. Dr. Sheehan has said before, that I guess my body just metabolizes fast, because there was maybe one time where it didn't show up and I was concerned, and I had just taken one before I went in there, and I took one the night before, and he said my body just metabolizes it. But that's neither here nor there. I take my medications. I don't I don't abuse them at any means. And I feel like the reason that I'm here is for the charges, not because of the medication that I take. So with that being said, on the charge, the first charge, I was on probation for not attending that, because when you don't attend a hearing, you're guilty. And so I came and got my license restored, followed every criteria to a T. They can vouch for me. I worried them to death because I wanted to do everything right. I've been a nurse for 17 years, and that's something I earned. I worked hard for, and I wasn't going to go down without a fight, just like now. So with that being said, the first charge, I was on probation when this complaint came in. On May 7th, I was stopped by our staffing coordinator, and I was told not to do patient care and to go to the office, and she had somebody relieve me. I did. I wrote a statement. I was told that corporate and Cornerstone is an affiliate of Nexion. So Nexion is corporate. I had received a complaint, and actually she reported that it was the complaint was made to you guys as well, that I had misappropriated medications. And the I don't even know what you call it, the person that made the complaint, or the accusation, was a former employee who had been terminated for harassment. And that, I'll stop at that, but he continued to come to the facility. And Miss Gardner was aware of that. He made this accusation, and then the day after, he called back to Miss Gardner and reported that he did it out of retaliation. When I was told it was made to corporate, my first question was, oh my gosh, I'm on probation. This can't happen to me. And she said, it will not be reported to the Board of Nursing unless you are found negligent. But when I look at this, I see that she reported it beforehand. I wrote my statement. I provided a drug screen, and was sent home. I was gone before 9 o'clock. I didn't do any patient care. That was on the 7th. It was 10 days before I heard anything back. I did have an attorney at that time because I thought it might not be a showcase hearing. Does that make sense? Because if it's a showcase, the price goes up, and I couldn't afford one. So he withdrew his counsel. Like, I don't have an attorney now, but there were some conversations between Ms. Saltzman and my attorney that alleged that I was using fake urine. And that was based on the first drug screen. And so she recommended I take another one. That's why I took one on the 17th voluntarily. I provided the drug screen on the 16th, and it shows that I was positive for amphetamines as well as on the 7th. I don't know how you use fake urine or somebody else's urine, but I don't see how I could be positive for amphetamines and using fake urine. But that's neither here nor there. Barbiturates it's evidence-based that you can have a false positive drug screen from taking NSAIDs. When I say I probably took 800 milligrams of ibuprofen and then take some Aleve a few hours later, yeah, that's me, because I had a very serious surgery, and pretty much I was almost dying, and I had cyst on my ovary, and then I had a tubal pregnancy. And and had to have a tube removed. So pain was pretty bad, but I was ready to go back to work. And I know I mean, I couldn't take pain medicine at work. So that's why I took the naproxen and the leave. And I took it from my house. Like I had them in my car. Anyways, 17 years I have dedicated my life to taking care of patients. I have gone above and beyond. I feel like and people have, vouched for me. I even had my previous director of nursing write, or I asked her. It's one of the things I submitted, the character witnesses, and I just wanted to read what she said, or I know y'all can read, but it says, "To whom it may concern, I have worked with Anna Kate Nelson while I was her supervisor at Cornerstone. She has a passion for nursing and she loves her residents. She always puts others' needs before hers. She has a beautiful smile and always willing to lend a listening ear. Her residents love her. I've had no issues with her nursing skills during the time that we worked together." And to start right there, she hired me initially in 2020 and just left in 2024, February. And then that's when Miss Gardner took over. It says her documentation is thorough. She was always eager to pick up extra shifts or to stop and do whatever her residents needed to be done. I'm proud to call her my coworker and friend. Please take this into consideration. She has worked very hard to complete her probation. I was put on probation, and the order was signed in November, and my gateway was not updated till March, and they wouldn't rehire me until it was updated, even though I had my letter and my order. So I was rehired at Cornerstone under the indirect supervision. It was only supposed to be RN supervision. I mean, there only had to be RN there, but they took extra measures, and I was only allowed to work when administration was there. So I didn't get my 12-hour shifts. I worked 7 to 3, 7 to 4, whenever they decided to leave. That was hard on me financially. And then I wanted to take up extra shifts, I couldn't unless the administration was there, even though that wasn't required on my order. But I went with it because I was bound and determined I was gonna get through this. On May 2nd, I was notified that I was on the OIG list. Had no idea what that was. Was not told by the board or in my order that it was my responsibility to be removed from the OIG list. I had to figure all that out on my own. But to my knowledge, when your license are reviewed or revoked or whatnot, you're on that list, so you can't go to another state and work. The lady that I talked to was super nice. And Cornerstone could have provided the documentation in a day, but they decided to take almost 3 months. So there again, I was in limbo with no job, and I've only done healthcare. And if you don't know, it's hard to find a job if you don't have any experience. I'm working in a factory right now, but I'm not giving up because I worked too hard for these licenses. So when I finally got my name off the OIG list, and I think they waited the whole 90 days, I was rehired at Cornerstone, and I'm not sure how they added up my time for my probation, but I was thinking, because that was August when I was rehired. I was thinking, Lord, I'm gonna have to go all the way to August. But I was like, it's okay, I can do it. But somehow they added up to be May. I had emailed, and it shows on our Spectrum app where I had emailed Miss Rebecca, asking her, you know, when my definite date was. I didn't get a response. Um, I, I still, right now, I don't know when my definite date was. I was told at my facility that it was the 10th. And so when this happened on the 7th, I was like, okay, God, why now? But I knew I was innocent. I knew I didn't do anything. And so I complied with everything, and was found, I mean, like, I wasn't found guilty. They said that I was gonna read what the actual, administrator said when he said he was gonna rehire me in 180 days. I thought that was kind of odd too, but um, okay. Um, this is a disciplinary action on page 35. This is, actually the termination where it says, expectations for Nexion's associates' behavior. It says employee terminated via phone per administrator, SDC, which is the scheduler, and human resources on May 17th. And says solutions and corrective action to be taken. Can reapply in 6 months. And that was that. The director of nursing was not on that phone call. The email that was sent on the 10th that I was talking to Miss Rebecca about says, says that the Mississippi Department of Health on May 7th was notified about an allegation of misappropriation of resident medicine. That the employee had allegedly stolen medicine was Anna Nelson, RN. And it said Attorney General Office notified. And then it said that the allegation was made by a former employee. That's the employee that was fired for terminated for harassment. And via text message, but it doesn't have a copy of the text message on here or any other evidence. So I don't know what it said. I was never shown it. I was never told it was sent this way. I was told it was reported to the board of nursing and to corporate. So, when I got all this information, I was just kind of dumbfounded, like, really? I mean, I had to sign a form that said, like my lab form, and it said my statement attached, and then it would be sent to corporate, but none of this has corporate on there. I'm not saying that they were not involved, but the investigation was solely done internally. And it said that down on this, in the second paragraph, that I was suspended pending investigation and drug testing. A drug test was administered on 5/7, and we continue to wait for those results. The facility then initiated narcotic sheet audit of deceased residents. Like I was asking Andrea on the phone, after I have a patient that expires, I immediately notify the director of nursing, because you never know when pharmacy's coming, you never know when state's coming. And you got dead people's medicines, expired patients' medicines on a cart, that's a tag. And I don't want it to be my cart. In the words of Miss Gardner, which I mean, I don't have, she said it to me verbally, but I don't have time for this, is what she said. I asked her numerous times, our pharmacy for Cornerstone had come twice and made notes about how we had multiple expired patients' medicines on the cart. And then it says the deceased resident's narcotics were destroyed by the director of nursing and the pharmacy consultant after resident had expired and all narcs were present. I'm not sure how to interpret that. because they were all still on there prior to my suspension. So they weren't destroyed after the patient was expired. I'm assuming that's their intervention for, I guess, the complaint. That they went in and it destroyed the medicine. It says peer interviews revealed that Anna Nelson was energetic and ditzy. I'm not sure what the definition of ditzy is. I'm gonna say that's hearsay because I don't have any black and white proof that, employees said, oh, Anna Kate's a ditzy. I'm not gonna take it as a compliment, but whatever. But they did interview every single nurse in the facility to ask basically what I asked Andrea. Have you ever had a discrepancy with Anna Kate? Because they're short staffed, so it's not uncommon to have somebody from another hall to come and relieve me. And I was, like I said, I was having to leave at 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so I never knew who relieved me. But with that being said, nobody reported any discrepancies, narcotic discrepancies, no reports of impaired judgment, slurred speech, whatnot. And then they interviewed every resident in that facility. And my residents, they're my babies. I can't tell you, when I was walking out that day, I can't tell you how many were, I don't even know how to say, mad. There's one crying, and there was one that left the facility because I couldn't tell him where I was going. And nobody could, the faculty, the staff didn't tell him either. And he left. And he left AMA actually because he didn't want another nurse. So, but it says that the life satisfaction interviews on residents with the BIM score of 12 or higher revealed no negative comments. And then it says body audits. I don't know why they did that, but it said that they revealed no positive findings. And then it explains on the May the 8th how the accuser called the corporate compliance line and reported that it was out of retaliation for me. And that his allegation was not true. Says we reached out to Mr. I don't know how to say his last name, I'm sorry. Caetano via phone at approximately 3:00 PM on 5/8 to obtain a complete statement. And in this conversation, he stated again that he had reported allegations against Miss Nelson as retaliation because they were dating and had broken up. And that's news to me because that's very untrue. Anyways, the very last paragraph, in conclusion, we were unable to substantiate any abuse, neglect, disappropriation on behalf of the facility. These interviews and audits raised no concerns of proof of any medications being stolen from any resident in this facility. Ms. Nelson continues to be suspended pending drug test results. An addendum will be made to this report and sent to the Mississippi Department of Health AG office when the drug results have been received. I just want to point out, I took the drug screen on 5/7, never heard from anybody from the facility, never got an update until 5/17, but this was dated 5/10. And I just kind of find that odd. But I was not reluctant to take any drug test. I will take a drug test right now. I don't have a problem with drugs. I take medication because I sought mental health or help for my mental health versus probably taking my own life. And I feel like that just because we work in the healthcare field, that we're kind of stereotyped as druggies that take benzos and amphetamines instead of calling them Adderall or Klonopin. that's kind of a direct hit at me. Because I don't classify them as that. I take medication as my doctor prescribes. I don't have insurance. I pay $400 to go to my doctor every month and $100 for a medicine. I don't know. And, you know, if it really was said that I was using fake urine or selling my medicines, you know, I don't know, but I'm pretty dang sure I probably wouldn't make my $500 back with if I truly was. I've been on Klonopin since my dad died. The brain tumor that he had was genetic. My sisters and I we all have effects from that. When I found that out, I shut down because I was like, I'm gonna die anyways. And I was 16 years old. And they tried multiple medicines and I don't really remember a whole lot. I stopped eating. Anyways, long story short, they tried me on Klonopin and they said that's the only thing that I really responded to. So, that's why I take that. And, that's why I go to the doctor. And I think that that should have really should have nothing to do with the charges, um, I- that were brought against me, the complaint. I get that. And I think I've given enough evidence, the black and white evidence to show that I was not impaired. That it clearly states I did not, um, or there was not any substantial evidence, of me being negligent in their investigation. And I feel like I was on probation from March, like I said, till May. Then all for the OIG list. I got that done and then I came back and then was on it from probation from August to May. I just had days left. I had every report, you know, sent on time. And I really think that I completed my probation, you know, effectively and accurately, but you know, I understand that that's one of the charges and I know that I was on probation when that complaint was filed. But it was a bogus complaint. As far as the barbiturates, I asked for a retest and was denied it from my employer. But even the lab that I talked to, the MRO, suggested that I asked for a retest, which I did, but was denied it and termed and told to come back in 6 months. So that's that's what I have. I want to go back to work. One of my coworkers the other day said, "Man, you went to college?" It's like, yeah, I went to college because, and all I've done is healthcare, but I've never had any issues, never, other than missing the hearing and then on the probation. And I'm basically begging you to let me finish this. I don't know, just give me another chance. Um, or just keep in mind the black and white evidence that I have. And that's all I have. Thank y'all. Sorry.
And, board council may have some questions for you and the board panel may have some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Nelson, you were previously represented by counsel, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And your attorney and I spoke a few times, is that correct?
That's what I was told.
You were not present anytime that I spoke with your counsel, were you?
No, I was not.
So your accusation against me about fake urine and what I did or did not say to your attorney is knowledge you would only have that came from your attorney, correct?
I have it in a text message,
For me?
from my attorney. That,
Let's go through your timeline, Ms. Nelson.
okay,
You were under probation with this board, correct?
Mhm.
You had to have positive employer reports, correct?
I don't know what.
Have positive employer
Yes,
reports.
ma'am.
Okay. And so the charges against you today are two. You understand that in the complaint?
Yes, ma'am.
The first is that you violated an order of this board.
Yes, ma'am.
Employer report during a probationary period. That's.
Well, it
first
was the
charge.
she didn't fill out one of those employer reports.
She's your employer, correct, Cornerstone?
Yes, but
Did you report to your case manager that you had tested positive on a drug screen?
she notified her,
Do you consider that a positive employer report or a negative employer report?
I would just say it would be to update her, because when I talked to Rebecca, she told me, you're almost there, you're at the finish line, we're waiting on the results. This is just a bump in the road.
Okay, so did your employer report to the board that you had a positive drug screen?
Yes,
And so that's why we're here on charge one. You had a negative report from an employer that you were working for. Is that correct? The first charge that you violated a board order.
that I violated board order, yes.
In the second charge, that you were under the influence of an unauthorized medication as evidenced by a positive drug screen.
That's what it says, yes.
We said a lot today.
Mhm.
But those are the two charges that are here today, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. So you acknowledge you were under a final order of the board on May 7th, 2024. You were in your probationary period, correct?
Mhm.
And you acknowledge that you took a drug screen on May the 7th, 2024 that returned as positive for barbiturates.
Yes.
You have no prescription for barbiturates,
Mm-mm.
correct?
Correct.
The only prescription that was provided for barbiturates was from your attorney, and it was, what, a decade old?
Yeah, that's the only thing I could find. But
Has she
then,
taken that prescription?
no. And that's what I told him, I can't say that I took it. This is just the only documentation I have.
So let's go back to May 7th.
Mhm.
So you tested positive for opioids, amphetamines, and barbiturates.
Mhm.
You had prescriptions recently for opiates and for amphetamine.
I had surgery and I take Adderall.
So it was submitted for MRO, is that correct? Medical review?
Yeah, they sent my urine to the medical review. They didn't, yeah.
That MRO came back as still being positive for barbiturates, correct?
It wasn't marked on the initial, but yes, it came back.
Do you have a valid prescription on May the 7th, 2024 for barbiturates?
No, ma'am.
Do you know why you tested positive for barbiturates?
No, ma'am, I don't. I have researched, I have, searched everything. I mean, I've looked up, Googled my medicines, because the SSIRs, which I am on Prozac, can cause false positive tests. And taking the NSAIDs in excess can cause a false positive barbiturate.
Okay, all right. So your attorney contacted me, correct? And he suggested that he would be willing to have you do another drug screen.
Yes, ma'am. I'm
He
sorry.
asked if that would be okay if you got a drug screen and submitted it. Is that,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, you weren't present during that conversation though, right?
No, but he told me that
Just
you
know
submitted it.
You were told by your attorney,
Mhm.
correct? But you don't know what your attorney and I talked about. Okay. So you went and did another drug screen on 5/17/24,
Yes, ma'am.
and that returned as negative for everything.
Mhm.
And then in a note to your case manager on 5/20, you say that we've misunderstood because your prescription no? Okay.
No,
let
I
me
think
turn
y'all,
to
I
it.
think
No, hold on
y'all,
just a second.
I
'Cause
think you
want-
did that wrong.
The court reporter can't get us both.
Okay.
So we need to take turns. Let me find it. Turn to page 43. sorry, turn to page 51. 51. And this is at 3:51, excuse me, PM on 5/20/2024.
Okay.
You write, Rebecca, I think there's been some confusion or miscommunication between what my attorney and Dean has discussed. She asked the board about my probation, and when they looked at the urine results, both from Cornerstone and the clinic on Friday, the drug is marked negative, so long as the lab has your prescription information from the pharmacy. I tested positive for my Adderall and Klonopin on both tests. When I gave my prescriptions to both the lab and the clinic, they verified them, and then that cancels the drug out, so they mark negative. I need to speak to someone, I'm begging you.
I did have to provide my prescriptions for that clinic.
You had to provide your prescriptions, I assume, on 5/7 with
Um,
a drug screen that was MRO, correct?
No, an MRO is a medical review officer. They call you when they get their urine from the facility, which the facility does an initial test which they mark what they see on there. And then they send it via FedEx to a third party MRO. Now I've spoken with the lab.
So you're telling me you did not provide prescriptions on your 5/7/24 test?
No, I wasn't asked to. They know my
But
prescription.
You're telling me that when you went to the doctor to get your own urine screened, and it's on page 42 at Express Care of Mississippi, that you provided them with copies of prescriptions.
I gave them my bottles. Yes, ma'am.
So if you look at page 43, your case manager, after she received that note from you, the next day called Express Care of Mississippi in Boonville and spoke to an NP there and asked about the drug test and asked if negatives were a result of you providing prescription proof of medications or if they were true negatives. And that nurse practitioner stated those results were straight negatives. And that if they were seeing the patient for a pre-implement drug screen or for other medications, they would ask for the prescription. So what she was told was, you tested negative for everything. At that time, were you on amphetamines?
When who was told?
At the time, on 5/17/24, were you on amphetamines?
5/17, I went to the doctor to get my prescription.
Were you on amphetamines on 5/17/24?
I didn't take them on 5/17 because I had to go to the doctor.
Had you taken them the day before?
I don't know.
Did you take them the day before that?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, because I tested positive for them on my drug test at the doctor's office.
Okay, so let's do the timeline again.
Okay.
5/7/24, you test positive for barbiturates.
Are we talking about barbiturates or amphetamine? I'm confused.
Question. On 5/7/24, you tested positive for barbiturates. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
On 5/16/24, you tested positive for THC and amphetamines. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes.
It's your exhibit, so I assume.
Yes,
Okay. And then on 5/17/24, you submit another drug screen where you test negative for everything. Is that correct?
that's what it says, yes.
Yet you are consistently on amphetamines.
Consistently, meaning
But you testified that you take your Klonopin as needed.
that's
didn't
the way the
testify that-
prescription says.
You take your amphetamines as needed.
I take them twice a day, as well as another, and well, it's not amphetamine, but it's for ADHD. Yes. My initial monthly visit to the doctor is usually on the 15th. I didn't have $400 on the 15th. I went on the 16th, got my prescriptions, did not get them filled until May the 17th, after I took that drug test at that clinic. I provided the nurse, not the nurse practitioner, the nurse on duty I even had to fill out a form and put all my medicines on there. And then I gave her my bottles. And she ran the drug test. And I'm sorry, I'm about to say this, but I was also on my period and I said, I'm sorry, there may be some blood in there. And she said, that's fine.
Ms. Nelson, were you revoked by this board in 2021?
Yes, for not being not here for a hearing, right?
Per your final order, you were revoked for a violation of,
Because if you're not here, you're guilty.
not always.
That's what I was told.
You were found guilty of violation of 73-15-29-1G, and that you falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on record. That panel found that while you worked for Southern Care Hospice in Tupelo on 3/28/16, you falsely documented performing a face-to-face skilled nursing visit for patient one, and that you falsely documented delivering patient one's prescription for hydrocodone 10 to patient one's spouse on 3/28/16.
No, ma'am,
That's what the panel found.
because I was not here to defend myself,
And then I believe you
because I
testified-
wasn't notified.
I believe you testified earlier that you were given some type of special exemption of some sort, like you didn't have to wait 12 months.
I didn't. Mm-mm. I talked to the investigator. I cannot, she is the only person in this building that has been positive to me. But not, Valerie, is there a Valerie in investigation? I can tell you her name. I got it right here.
Well,
No, hold on. I got her name. No, S. Redmond.
Okay.
Do you know who that is? What's her name?
I'm the one that asked you questions. That's how this works. You answer my questions. I don't answer your questions. So, when was the date of the final order in 21?
Do what?
What was the date of the final order in 21?
The date of the hearing?
The date of the final order. If I told you it was signed on July 30th, 2021, do you have any reason to believe that's wrong? It's on page 16.
I mean, no, I don't have any reason. I was never,
And then you came for a hearing on October the 4th, 2022.
yes.
And there's a final board order from November the 7th of 22 that restored your license almost a year and a half later. What was the 6 months you're referring to?
The 6 months was, July. They were revoked in July. I didn't find out till January. And then I applied for reinstatement in July of the following year.
So a year later. From your board order.
No, I was told that since y'all had my correct address, my correct phone number, my correct email address, that it wasn't I don't know why it wasn't sent to me or why I didn't get it. There's not a proof of the green card that was signed, for that particular case. It was not printed in my newspaper for 2 or 3 consecutive weeks as per protocol.
Who told you all this stuff?
I wish I could tell you.
Me too.
Actually, I guess the secretary or whoever I was sent to, because nobody gave me the same answer twice for anything. I've figured this out. I've had to figure this out on my own, and I've worked my butt off. It's not easy, and the lady even said most nurses don't even challenge the board. They don't even try or do the probation because that it's too much and they don't want to do it. I agree, it is insanely too much, but I was bound and determined, and I knew I wasn't notified of that hearing. That's why I was not here. The lady because I had to call and see why I was even revocated. I was not even sent a board order from July of 2021.
the address that you have uploaded?
Yes, ma'am, I've uploaded, 310 Oakley Drive and PO Box 1467.
And that's what we showed.
Correct, but I did not receive any of that.
Mrs. Nelson,
And that was, discussed at the previous hearing.
when did you last take an opioid?
A what?
Opioid. I don't say it very well, but opiate.
After I had surgery?
And you were still testing positive for that in May? When was your surgery?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I believe a break is needed right now.
Oh, okay.
So I'll just a 10-minute break. was, cross-examining, Ms. Nelson.
Ms. Nelson, I believe we left off at your surgery. When was your surgery?
March.
March. And you received, oxycodone afterward?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you take all that oxycodone at the time? I think it was just for a few days. How long was the prescription for?
The prescription was not for duration. It was every 6 hours as needed.
So when you tested positive for opiates on
Ma'am,
5/7/24, had you taken hydrocodone before that shift?
You're getting confused with hydrocodone and oxycodone. Which one are you talking about?
Oxycodone.
No, but apparently it was still in my system.
Okay, when did you last take oxycodone?
I don't-
For that?
I don't know. I do not know.
Okay, so just to kind of simplify this, and the timeline is you tested positive for barbiturates, amphetamines, and opiates on 5/7/24, correct?
Yes,
And then you today have submitted a drug screen from 5/16/24 where you tested positive for amphetamines and THC, correct?
yes.
Why did you test positive for THC?
I have no idea.
That was a mistake.
Oh, I don't know.
Been around THC?
I probably have been around friends, yes. I don't know. I don't recall.
You normally hang out with friends? that
No, I
smoke?
don't.
I haven't finished my question.
I'm sorry.
Do you normally hang out with friends that ingest or smoke weed?
No, ma'am.
You have medical marijuana certification?
No, ma'am.
But you acknowledge that the drug screen you brought in today and admitted into evidence, you tested positive for THC.
That's what it says. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then on 5/17/24, you test negative for everything, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Including regularly prescribed medications,
I'm sorry, what?
including regularly prescribed
That's what is marked on there.
medications, and THC you tested positive for the day before, but the following day you tested negative for everything.
It wasn't tested on the 17th. You need to look at that.
Which part wasn't tested on the 17th?
There was no THC tested on the 17th. I don't think, or maybe there was. I don't know.
Okay, so you tested positive for THC on the 16th, but you didn't have it tested on the drug screen that you did on the 17th.
I just asked for a drug screen. I'm not sure what panel they do.
Are you familiar with different types of drug panels?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Do you have any criminal history?
No, ma'am.
So are all your charges now resolved or expunged? What's
Um,
the status of those?
Which are you referring to?
The ones we discussed at your restoration hearing?
Do I have to answer that? What does that have to do with this?
You're objecting to her question?
Yes.
What's the basis for your objection?
Here for 2 charges and none of those are related to criminal history. And at the previous hearing, the attorney, the one that was here, like you are, he asked the same thing. What are you trying to prove? And he didn't let her elaborate on that.
I'll withdraw the question, but I don't believe that's an accurate representation of the
Do we have the
restoration.
transcript? Okay, sorry.
Okay, so what we are here today on is you violating the final order and you having a positive drug screen. So you admit that you had a positive drug screen for barbiturates on 5/7/24.
Yes,
Had a positive drug screen for THC on 5/16/24.
that's what it says.
And then on 5/17, you're completely clean.
On the 5/16, that's at a doctor's office. I voluntarily submitted that. That was to show the amphetamines.
You voluntarily submitted the screen on 5/17 as well.
I did.
And do you acknowledge that they have two different outcomes?
Yes, I do. And I acknowledge that I gave her my prescriptions in hand, as well as I filled out my,
Do you have any mental health diagnoses?
oh, yes.
What-
I have ADD, ADHD, anxiety and panic attacks. And I don't really know the others. I just know what I'm treated for.
And I believe you testified you see Dr. Sheehan on a regular basis, monthly.
Monthly, yes, ma'am.
You see any other type of psychiatrist?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been diagnosed as bipolar?
Not that I'm aware of. What
No
does that
further-
have to do with?
no further questions.
At this time, the members of the hearing panel may have some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
I have just a couple.
Okay.
So do you use CBD oil?
No, but somebody gave me some chapstick one time.
Okay, so around the time that you tested positive for THC, is there, and Ms. Saltzman alluded to this as well. Do you recall around that time being around anyone smoking weed or?
I don't recall.
Does that mean you don't know, or? As you can, tell me what that means.
I don't recall. I mean, my circle consists of me and my kids. I don't hang around anyone.
So to your not, so your answer, if I said, were you around anyone that you think?
I'm sorry. Yeah, no.
Well, I didn't ask the question very.
Okay, no, it's okay. I'm,
Now, how much Klonopin do you take on an average day?
it depends. I always take one. Not always. He tells me to pretty much take one every morning. And the prescription says 3 times a day as needed. I typically don't take one unless I feel like a panic attack is coming on. Because that's the only thing that can help me breathe. But so that has been decreased though. I mean, it was doing 90 and now he only gives me 75 because we're trying to go down on that. So I only get 75 of them now. And like I said, today's my day that I go to the doctor and I still have some in my bottle. So it just depends. This has been a very stressful situation. So I didn't take one this morning.
You did?
Mhm.
Okay. So, and that they're 1 milligram pills, correct? So correct me if I'm wrong, you said that you've taken this for many years. What has been the pattern of your dosage over the last 10 years?
10 years, I went from 0.5 to 1. But they were always 3 times a day as needed.
So you went from 0.25,
0.5.
0.5.
Yes, ma'am. In the last 10 years. I don't have the exact dates,
That's
but
okay. No, I'm trying to get the trends. And, so on NSAIDs, naproxen, Aleve, you said that you've taken those. and
Yes,
you
ma'am.
take those regularly.
Yes, ma'am.
In around the time that you were taking these drug screens, the middle of May, were you taking higher doses of NSAIDs for any reason?
The pain from the surgery, which they told me I would not have any after the surgery, but did, was very, very painful. And I didn't take Percocet and work. So I took Aleve or naproxen.
About, and I understand this is an estimate, but if you normally take 1 naproxen or 2 Aleve, what do you think you were taking at that time?
I was taking 3 naproxen at one time.
How many times a day would you do?
3.
So like 9 a day, possibly. Okay, that's all. That's what I need to know.
I just didn't have it, I couldn't handle it any other way.
You don't, I'm not asking for an explanation. And during that time, you were also taking, your other prescribed medications, the Klonopin and the Adderall, correct?
The Klonopin as needed and the Adderall, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
Any additional questions? I do. On your letters, I note Miss Jernigan states, smiles, listens, skills intact, takes extra shifts. She's a friend to all. But she doesn't speak to anything regarding misappropriation or potential positive drug screens. When you ask her to write you a character witness letter or letter of recommendation, what did you ask her exactly?
I didn't ask her to write about drugs. I just said I needed a character witness because I feel like that would put, if somebody would come at me blindly, I don't know, I don't know that I would write that, but I told her she could write whatever that she felt that she wanted to write. And so that's what she wrote. And then the other one, the other one from Sharon Wyndham, she actually said there were no, she talked about the discrepancy. I mean, she said there was never a discrepancy with the count. She was one of my supervisors.
I also see Robert spoke to your kindness. You'd stay over and work extra shifts. But again, she didn't speak to, any, misappropriation or, any behaviors that would, deem you or appear to be under the influence. Okay. And then I do see Miss Wyndham did speak to the discrepancy in count, but she didn't so much speak to, any behaviors of any sort. She just spoke straight to that.
She's a very cut and dry person. First time I met her, I didn't know if we were gonna be able to get along, but she's one of the best nurses I've ever worked for. And she's like me, she's very persistent. She's gonna make sure that patient is taken care of. But she's very short and to the point. I mean, even when you look at her charting, I'm a very thorough charter and she's not. And so sometimes I would say, I need to chart something else. And she was like, no, that's how it is. So that's just her. I wish they could have all been here, but anyways. And Miss Roberts is just a secretary at the facility, so.
So she wouldn't speak to your.
She wouldn't know.
I wanted to also ask. On the urine drug screen at the doctor's or nurse practitioner's office on 517.
Yes, ma'am.
Negative for all. So by any chance, like they didn't, what did they tell you exactly? Did they tell you that you were positive for anything or negative anything, or that did you just leave your, take your urine drug screen and leave?
When I go to the doctor, the first thing I do is sign in, and then they go with me to take a drug screen.
Okay.
And they send it to the hospital. They don't do it there.
Okay.
And so I would have never known what that would have said. I mean, unless it was something that they were concerned about, they would have called. But they do one every month, and Dr. Sheehan says that, if you're not taking what I give you, I don't give them to you. And then we had talked about the benzos, because I was like, I took one one time, not the night before and the morning of, and he said, well, your body, you just taking them for so long, your body is them. And I mean, I don't know. I just said, okay. But he said that my demeanor is how he knows that I do take them. So whatever that means.
Okay, okay. And then on the one that was sent out to the MRO and still came back positive, uh, specifically butalbital.
Mhm.
Butalbital. Have you ever heard of that drug, butalbital?
What's the other name for?
Well, there are many, but usually it's given, in addition to with other medications, and sometimes it's used for like, pain control, but not, it's not the strong narcotic effect as some, might see. Have you've never?
Is that Fiorset?
Yes.
Okay, the only time I've heard of it is when I was prescribed it back when she said 10 years ago.
Okay.
But I don't take that anymore. I just took it for migraines, and then I was referred to Sims Murphy.
All right. And did you have any, to your recollection, sorry, to your recollection, your deceased patients that were under your care
Mhm.
at Cornerstone?
Mhm.
Were any of those deceased patients on butalbital?
No, ma'am. They were on most of them were on like the Roxanol
Okay.
and the Ativan drops. Because when they're actively dying, they can't really ingest, swallow pills.
You ingested any medicines that might affect your performance as a nurse that weren't prescribed to you
No,
in the
ma'am.
last 6 months?
No, ma'am.
Have you ingested any illegal substances
No, ma'am.
with or without a prescription?
No, ma'am.
Were you employed with Cornerstone?
I'm sorry. Initially, in 2021, I want to say, or maybe it was 2020. I'm sorry. And then, in January 2022 is when I found out my license was revoked. So I was not employed there, and I applied for reinstatement and was given a November court date and came here and got my license restored and reinstated with the probation. And then Cornerstone didn't hire me back until it showed up on Nurse's site. Even though I have my board order, they waited for that. So that was in March of 2023. May 2nd of 2023, I was informed about the OIG. They had apparently sent something to the facility. So there again, I had to find out what that was and send a request to get my name off. And I did that. And they rehired me back on, it was like August. And I was there until May 7th.
So before Cornerstone, where did you work at?
Before Cornerstone, I worked at Longwood Community Living Center in Boonville.
During that time, the previous time, have you been written up or anything?
No, ma'am. It was just short staff and it was COVID season and I worked 23 straight hours one time and I just couldn't do it.
Approximately, you said you took 9 tablets. How many days did you do that?
I mean, it wasn't every day, but, the doctor just described the cyst as, well, basically, if my daughter wouldn't have found me that night, I would have been dead. So, I mean, it was on the verge of, I mean, it had ruptured, but it was on the verge of, I think my H&H was 5 and 9. I had to have a lot of blood. Um, but so it was very painful after the fact. I just wanted to be able to work, and I don't, I didn't want to take narcotics at work. I don't even think that's legal, but anyways, I didn't want to take any, so that's what I took. And I took them while I was, post-surgery to try to space out the Percocet. Because for me, Toradol works. And I would rather have that, but whatever.
So just to follow up, so you said you received blood after the surgery?
I
Do you know how
did.
many pints you received?
Seven? How many? 7.
7 pints of blood?
5 pre-op, 2
Intra?
peri-op.
Okay.
And I received no pain medicine in the ER because my blood pressure was like 60/40.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have one more, I'm sorry. Describe, I heard you say that, on your Klonopin, you have reduced the total number that you're ingesting.
Mhm.
Okay. Describe for me the relationship you have with your psychiatrist.
I think he hung the moon. But he's very professional. Um, he's not one of those that's gonna write anything for just anybody. He's very by the book. He's very, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, when I started seeing him, I didn't have to take a drug test at all, like, nobody did. But then they cracked down on the DEA or, whatnot, and even my Adderall it had to be decreased from 3 a day to 2 a day because of the DEA making it only where you say 60 milligrams a day is the max. So that's what I take. 20 milligrams 3 times a day. But so we went from 90 to 60, and he just basically told me, we can't do anything else. This is what we got to do. And then every time I go, he asks me, how's your worrying? How's your anxiety? How many panic attacks have you had? And if I've had one, I tell him, and he documents it. And he asks me, do I feel like the medications I'm on are effective? And that he's not changed any of my medicines other than decreasing from the 90 Klonopin to 75 a month. And I think that's been almost a year since he did that.
What are your future plans with that?
I don't want to take it forever. Especially because, like I said, I don't have to take 3 a day, and if I took 3 a day, I would run out, for a month because yeah, that's right. Because if you took 3 a day, it would be 90. So I consider myself doing well with that. The Prozac really helps me. Unless I'm in a stressful situation, I'm really okay. Usually if I just take 1 a day. But he was gonna move it down to 60, and then he said like 60 a month, but he said, let's try 75. And that's just where he's kept me. I don't question anything because I trust him. He's the only one that's ever made me kind of normal. And one of my most recent visits prior to my termination, he said, you know what, you look good. And he's not said that in a long time. And I said, well, I'm happy. I'm getting to work. I'm back at work. Everything was going wonderful. And then, but that he very seldom says that. But he said, you look good.
You mentioned your panic attacks. How are you on those?
Right now, not good. But prior to this, I was good. Um, if it was stressful at work, you know, most of the time I could go outside and just get some air and calm down. But it was mainly triggered by I couldn't be in 29 rooms at one time, and I needed to be in 29 rooms at one time, and administration didn't really like to get on the floor and help. And so it was kind of stressful. And but I mean, that's nursing, you know. I just I guess I'm an overachiever. I want to be there for all 29 patients at one time, and it upsets me that I can't. I mean, and my patients, they're really my advocates. I wish I could have all of them here, but I I I had walked into situations that were very reportable, and I've reported them to my upper, and I've been told, you know, get out of my office, or, you know, you do the incident report, you know, stuff like that. And it just kind of gets me worried because I don't chart if I didn't do it, if I don't document it. Just like if I didn't document it, I didn't do it. Um, so I have to just get myself together because I don't want to say the wrong thing, you know, document the wrong thing. That's just stuff that just little stuff that gets me worried. And then I just went through a divorce. So um that's that's kind of been the hardest thing. But prior to the last 6 months, I've been okay. I was okay. I had my house, I had my children, and I was working and thriving. And then when it rained, it poured. So, you know, but God gives his most difficult task to his strongest followers. And that's what I believe. So I just kind of put faith in him and live by that.
Okay, all right. Any follow-up based off the board's line of examination?
No, Your Honor.
No, ma'am.
We'll conclude the hearing here and allow for closing session.
Thank you.
Today, we're here for 2 charges. First charge is violation of court order from November the 7th, 2022, that restored her license to practice. As part of that order, she had to have employee reports. The board, and I understand today the testimony has been that she was almost done with her 12 months. I would submit it doesn't make any difference if it's in her first month, in her probationary period. We got a report from her employer that it had been reported that she was suspected of diversion. Now, they did a count, and that turned out to find no evidence of diversion. But they also ordered a reasonable suspicion drug screen. And what they got back was that she was positive for 3 drugs: amphetamines, which she had a prescription for, opiates, which she had a prescription for, and barbiturates, which she did not have a prescription for. And that's the second charge that we're here about today. Working under the influence of an unauthorized medication. Now, since May the 7th, 2024, Mrs. Nelson has submitted a drug screen from 5/17/2024. That was a voluntary drug screen. She went and she obtained that drug screen. The board had nothing to do with that drug screen other than me saying, sure, we'll accept it. He came back with results that showed that she was negative for everything that was tested, including amphetamines, which is something she's testified today that she regularly takes. And today she came in and she gave this board panel Exhibit R2. I knew nothing of Exhibit R2 until today. But Exhibit R2 is another drug screen that was taken on 5/16 Just the day before, she went to the Express Clinic and got a voluntary screen. That screen shows her positive for amphetamines. That's what I would have expected to have seen on the 517 screen. But it also shows her positive for THC. So let's recap. In 2021, her license was revoked by this board for medication documentation discrepancies related to hydrocodone. The latter part of 22, the board said to Mrs. Nelson, we're going to give you another chance. And here's the parameters. And one of those parameters was employer reports. Employer report has come back and said, hey, we suspected diversion. Counts don't show that, but she did have a positive drug screen for a drug that she was not able to give us a prescription for. Today, she's not giving you a prescription for barbiturates. You haven't seen that. There's been a lot of discussion today. That is not something she's been able to produce. In fact, she admits she doesn't have a prescription for barbiturates. She gave us another drug screen. Once again, it wasn't positive for the drugs that she's prescribed. Not a board drug screen, but nonetheless something that she provided. And then lastly, today she comes in with a drug screen that shows her positive for THC. I would submit to you that the evidence is very clear and convincing today that we have a potential substance abuse disorder. Minimum, if not some mental illness as well. It's the duty of this board to protect the public. And in doing that, this board has to come to some conclusion related to Mrs. Nelson that will allow the compliance division to either be able to safely monitor her, or they need to decide she needs time to get treatment. Let's revoke the license and let her come back in 12 months. The compliance division's purpose is to assist a licensee in getting out from underneath the board order. But it's not to stay on their payroll, so to speak, for 5 years, 6 years, 8 years. That's not our role. Our role is to look at the evidence that was submitted today and see if there's clear and convincing evidence to support those two charges that were brought forth, which is violation of the board order. She did not successfully get a year's worth of successful positive employee reports. And did she have a positive drug screen for something she wasn't prescribed, unauthorized medication? And she did. Clear and convincing evidence is evidence of the truth, clear conviction of the truth. That's what we have today. There's been a lot of testimony, a lot of things said, a lot of things about what someone said, may have said, what went back to 2021, this, and that. In the end, there are two charges I'd like this board panel to consider. Those are the two charges, and I'd like you to look at those drug screens and look at them very clearly and see what those drug screens are telling us. Is it odd that we have a drug screen from 5/17/24 that doesn't even test positive for the items that she's prescribed? That's odd. That tells us something.
If we're gonna stick to the charges, we don't need to keep going back and forth to 2021. I wasn't here for that hearing. When you're not here, you're found guilty. I'm not gonna go into that, cause it's a whole nother thing. But I recouped myself and came in front of the board, well, applied for reinstatement, after I had to search and find the order that I was never given, never mailed, never emailed, nothing. I had no idea why my license had been revoked. But to stick to the evidence today, I can't tell you why that was positive. I can't, but I'm not gonna say that I took it because I didn't. And I don't look people in the face and lie. I asked for a retest and I was denied it. I went and I submitted the one from the doctor's office. It shows the amphetamines. And then it was marked on there, by the doctor where it showed, no think it says negative barbiturates on there, like they were making a note of that. Cause that is one thing they look for. And then on 517, I can't tell you anything other than what I did. I went in there, I told them I needed a drug screen, I paid for it, I have my receipt right here. And I actually told them I needed it for the board of nursing. I gave or filled out my forms, and it asked for your medicines. I gave them my bottles. She watched me urinate and then marked the test. That's all I got. Um, and then, yes, I was on probation, and yes, just days away. I never had a negative employee report. I just had a complaint. All my employer reports were completed up until, like, I think there's one at discharge, or when you're discharged from probation, they might fill out one. But that wasn't the one she sent. She sent a complaint. So, um, that's, that's what I have. Thank y'all.
This concludes the hearing, case number 2024-0527. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session. To determine whether the board will need to go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I make the motion.
Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I make that motion.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session and will return with its decision in this matter. I also believe the board will have a working lunch, so we can plan to return at 1:30.
Thank you.
decision in case number 2024-0527. As it relates to charge one, the board finds unanimously that the evidence was insufficient to support a finding of guilt and find the licensee not guilty of violating charge one. As it relates to charge two, the board finds unanimously that the evidence was presented at the hearing was insufficient to support a finding of guilt and finds the licensee not guilty of charge two. The case against the licensee, case number 2024-0527 is dismissed.
She said,
See you in the morning, though. I'll call up the next matter on the docket. We're gonna do Tammy Broadway, or are we going to Rose Howard first?
We were gonna continue Rose Howard.
Howard, okay.
I also have a question for the board panel. We have an individual that is scheduled to be here tomorrow that was diagnosed with strep throat this morning. She is requesting permission to appear via Zoom tomorrow. If we can, I'm agreeing, in agreement to continue the matter if we need to do that as well. And she's also willing to show up with a mask. But we wouldn't be able to continue until 2025, so. I know the board historically does not allow the nurse to testify via Zoom as of recent, so I'm just gonna ask the panel what their preference is. If they prefer that, this is for the Sanders case tomorrow. If they prefer that she appear via Zoom, prefer that I continue it, or prefer she be here in person with a mask.
I'd like to consider it.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is she currently suspended?
No,
I'll deliberate on that, in executive session, you can, or you want. Or they got to get into the final, or you wanna fill it out? Well. Okay. Okay, we're gonna, she said, we're gonna take the question back.
Okay.
Alrighty, at the end, they're gonna get you a response. Probably after or while deliberating on the next case, they'll also.
Thank you.
So then, we're calling back up case number 2023-0665 involving the licensee, Ms. Rose Howard, license number P-319998. That matter, began this morning and was continued to allow for subpoena to issue as, requested by the, licensee. The licensee has returned, and I will allow her to begin with a statement on why she wants to proceed, or if she wants to proceed, without the issue with the board issuing the subpoenas that she, kindly requested.
I wanted to proceed. I did reach out to one of the patient family member that was in the home while I did services, and they sent in the link. They got on the link. I wanted to go ahead and proceed due to the fact is I want to go ahead and try to get this moved, and so I can go ahead and proceed on because it's been now over a year and it's just kind of been dragging. So I wanted to go ahead and finish trying to go ahead and get a decision made on it. All of my question was, I did have the question was when I was gone, I thought about was I was being charged for negligence, and I didn't know whether that was based on documentation or of care. I didn't know. It says standard of care, but I didn't know what that meant. Is that based on the documentation that I provided, or is that just care? Did someone answer that for me?
Yeah, that question, it sounds like you would need to call back up that witness, by the board to ask
Okay.
her,
Negligence as well.
Mr. Honor, I'm arrested on behalf of the state.
okay, so,
I just didn't understand it. I mean, I guess y'all can still make a decision on it, because the reason I was asking was because the care I provided, I was always there and I provided care. It's that we had been questioned of the 8 o'clock medication times. And in my knowledge, I was thinking with medication is scheduled to be given at a certain time. If you go on the board, even when I got a case now, it says 8 o'clock. I give medicines at 8 o'clock. I know we in reference to 6 notes that I have here, but I've been nursing doing this particular thing on my own for Gentle Hand Healthcare for 3 years. And all the notes I have does not start at 8 o'clock with those medicine consistent to that. There is some changes in the medicines. But on the day that I give them straight like that, that's the day that I give them. But I've always given the medicine. Like I told you all, I've been there since she was 4 to 13. I kind of know these medicine in the back of my head without even looking because I've been there so long. My thing is, like I told you, in one of my, let me see what page it's on, so I want to be correct. On page MSBN 32 that I submitted, I think she reprimanded to file. I sent in something where I emailed Mr. Justin Griffin with a lion and conduit during the time the code was there, and asked that they come out to the facility to look at the facility, to make sure that my documentation was on point, to make sure that I had everything that I needed. But at the time COVID was going on, all they did is reference me back to the manual. I told them, I understand that you're referencing me back to the manual, but I really need some assistance because I wanted to make sure everything that I had was on point. They always told me just put the notes in a locked file cabinet and keep them locked, which I did do that. But on my documentation, if you look back on MSBN on 31, starting at 8 o'clock, at that point I worked for Southern Healthcare. Those medications still stand out the same way, no residual. If you look at the 2 pages in the 5th month and the 6th month, they're documented the same way. That was back in 18. I never got flagged on that. And they did a third, they look at it every other now and then to look at your documentation. But the same way that I document it now, I'm getting flagged for that. But it's basically the same way if you look at the Southern Healthcare thing.
Your Honor, I believe we left this hearing off with me about to begin cross, and it appears that Ms. Howard's testifying, and I'll even relinquish that she can continue her testimony, but that's not where we left off. And I haven't heard anything about whether or not she's withdrawn her request for subpoenas.
I'm
which-
not.
You're not withdrawing your request for subpoenas?
I am. I'm doing that. I tell you, I had somebody on the phone.
I just want to make sure, for my purpose, that that request is being withdrawn before we proceed.
Oh, I said that at first. I did. When I first started, I said I got
Thought you
somebody
said
on the
you had
phone.
somebody on the phone, so.
That's why I didn't do the subpoena, because you all told me I could call someone and give them the link, right?
Yes.
So that's what I did.
And I just want that to be clear on the record, that we were willing to continue it so she could have the subpoena that she requested. But we've got to get the information so we can send the Zoom link to the person that.
They got it.
individual.
She got
They
it.
have it?
She has it.
Okay, I don't think they're on.
She didn't get on. Yeah, because I sent it to her.
So just a couple things.
Okay, well, you all, let's just go ahead and do what we're gonna do and let's go ahead and move on.
I'm not opposed. I think at the moment that we stopped, I was about to cross Mrs. Howard. I'm fine with her still having her testimony. Don't miss, I just want to make sure that she's okay
I'm okay.
with not having those individuals that she wanted to subpoena, because that was a mistake on her office's part.
Yeah,
So I
I'm
wanna make sure
okay.
She's withdrawing that before we proceed.
So, yeah, you know, like when we started up and opened up the hearing just now,
Uh,
I'll do an opportunity to speak on that, and, so I guess to shore that up for the record, and, because, you know, you did have a right to have the board.
Right.
And you submitted a request on.
Yes.
July.
But I'm waiving it. Mhm.
Wrote your request,
Yes.
issue the subpoenas, to have the board issue the subpoenas that you requested
Yes,
on, in July.
yes. I am, because I've reached out to everybody and everybody's busy. They got work, and like my partner, she's a nurse and she does in prior authorization from home. So it's hard for everybody now to just kind of get in. And by me wanting to go ahead and get it wrapped up, I just rather go ahead and go through. So that's why I'll just go ahead and waiver it and then just let you all make a decision.
So not wait, but withdraw the.
Withdraw. When I say waiver, I mean withdraw it. Just withdraw it
Then
and
it
let me go
sounds-
through.
And it sounds like the reason for your withdrawal, because, you know, it was difficult to convene all the subpoena witnesses, today. But
Yes.
yeah, because, because you have this right to have the board issue the subpoenas and return it, then, you don't have, you're not bound by this week. You know, it can be continued until your subpoena witnesses, I mean, you will have time to issue a subpoena, you know, for the next panel, you know, or, you know, the next panel you can be heard. So you're not really, bound by this week. So by you sort of saying, you know, because I couldn't get my subpoena witnesses here today, you know, you still can attempt to subpoena them, and not today for a hearing, not even this week, you know, for the next panel. But it sounds like you're saying that, because you can't get out, you wanna proceed without them, so you're withdrawing your request for a subpoena. But because, you know, you can't get them here today, but you do have more time than today.
Okay. Can I ask the question? Normally, when does the next board,
The next
standing panel?
is, public is, I think it's October.
We're scheduling matters in February currently.
Oh, the availability, yeah, the next panel is in October, but, board council, represented that the next availability is not until.
February of 2025.
So it'd be February 2025
Before you get back on the docket,
before I get back on the docket.
and then that's also for the time for your subpoena witnesses to consider when they would have to be, ready, so it's not like they would have to get ready this afternoon. I mean, or
Okay.
prepared to begin the hearing on your behalf this afternoon, or even this week, it would be February.
Okay. I came back, I tell you what I'm gonna do. to do it the best for me. I guess that's what I need to do, what's best for me. Let's go ahead and subpoena. I'm gonna step away again. Because I really want to do what's best.
Okay, so
That's what I want to do. I know I came back, but just let me step away again. And let me subpoena so I can have everything, so when it does come down, I've made sure I clear everything. The reason I asked for to see when I can come back, because in October I will be out of the country. So I wanted to make sure that I can meet the board back when I'm here, convenient, because I already scheduled to be out in October the 8th through the 19th.
So yeah, so your next hearing date, should be on some sort of, notice of hearing, your continued new date. So when you see that date, as soon as you see it, if
Mhm.
there's a need for you to seek a continuance, follow me and do
Okay,
it.
okay,
Yeah.
do that. Let's just do that. I'm sorry, you all. I don't mean to waste your time. Just don't know what to do, just kind of in the air. So I'm trying to figure out time.
Okay, so this matter is continued until, sounds like, the February 2025 panel. I don't know if this, official, but if.
Okay, just,
Look for your notice.
I just look for my notice.
For the continued.
I appreciate you all.
And it's 6:04. Right. So I guess the next thing. Sweet. We'll get it done. We'll go ahead and clean this out. So they have very- Appreciate it.
Right, I'll call the next matter on the docket, case number 2024-0307 involving the licensee, Ms. Tammy Broadway, license number R-868156. Good afternoon. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the hearing panel for this case to state their names for the record.
Mary Stewart, RN. Lacey Gentry, RN.
Carly Walker, LPM. And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
Is the petitioner licensee, Ms. Tammy Broadway, present? Ms. Broadway, are you represented by counsel?
No.
Because you're not represented by counsel, I just have a question for you. Do you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you during this? And, you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
And and you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your.
Yes, ma'am.
Understand all of this, you wish to proceed with your petition, restoration without attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any, I want to identify the individuals testimony today. Are you going to testify on your behalf today, Ms. Broadway?
Yes, ma'am.
What else were you in now?
George, please, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request that B1 through B10 be admitted, and then for Miss Broadway, we have P1 through P4. Yeah, be admitted.
Broadway, do you have any objections to the admission of the exhibits introduced by board council?
No, ma'am.
Those are admitted. And board council, do you have any objection to the admission of the exhibits introduced by the petitioner P1 through P4?
I do not.
Those are admitted. So, Ms. Broadway, I understand this is your petition for restoration, so you can begin with an opening statement if you'd like. If not, it's optional.
My name is Tammy Broadway. My sister died in 2008, and I took that very hard. I went to the doctor. He prescribed me some Adderall and some Xanax. I took that, but whenever I thought that I was having problems with it, I called my doctor and asked him to stop giving it to me, and I quit taking it. But then I think in March of 2011, I did try to overdose on it. And then I came before the board. I think I don't know what year it was, 2011, I think. And they told me to go to Palmetto, and I went to Palmetto and I did a 3-day evaluation, and they recommended for me to do the recovery program, but they wanted $30,000 and I didn't have it. So I just decided not to nurse anymore. But I would like to have my nursing license back. I've been doing really good in that. And that's all.
Thank you, Your Honor. Miss Broadway has not practiced nursing in over 12 years. She is here today asking this board to restore her license. Her license to practice nursing was revoked in December of 2012 when she was found guilty of several violations of the Nurse Practice Act. The panel determined she had a mental condition that rendered her unable to perform nursing services or duties with reasonable skill and safety. This was due to the fact that she had a history of suicide attempts and suicidal ideations. According to a letter dated April 21st, 2022, from Ms. Broadway to this board, she has not received any treatment for mental disorders. The panel also determined that Ms. Broadway was addicted to or dependent on alcohol or other habit-forming drugs. This was because she admitted to becoming addicted to Adderall and to taking 30 pills in a 24-hour period. At the time of the hearing, she was taking phenobarbital and was diagnosed as phenobarbital dependent at Lakeside Behavioral Health Systems in Memphis. She was in inpatient treatment at the facility on 2 separate times and was resistant to changing from using phenobarbital. In her second stint at the facility, she was diagnosed as barbiturate dependent, as well as cannabis and stimulant dependent. The panel also determined she engaged in conduct that was likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. This was due to her carrying a clear liquid container in her car that contained urine and was attached to a handle. In looking at Ms. Broadway's drug screens, it appears she is still not taking the advice that she was given 12 years ago, which is to switch her medication for phenobarbital. As recent as last month, and on every test that she submitted, she is positive. She was also licensed in Louisiana. As a result of her action here in Mississippi, her license in Louisiana was also suspended in December of 2012. In considering restoring her license to practice nursing, we would strongly encourage the panel to consider how long it's been since she's practiced nursing, the circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, any substance abuse or mental disorders she may have, and especially if the public were protected if her license is restored. Thank you, Your Honor.
So now, Ms. Broadway, this is your opportunity to put forth your case and your evidence in support of your restoration application.
I do take phenobarbital. I've been on phenobarbital since I was 18 years old for seizures. I have tried other seizure medications, and either I had real bad side effects or they don't work. But the phenobarbital, as long as I take the right dosage, it controls my seizures most of the time. I'm not gonna say all the time, but I haven't had a seizure since Thanksgiving 6 years ago. And I do go to a counselor. I don't seek mental treatment because I don't think I'm mental, but I do go to counseling, just I go there every week and just, I was in a bad relationship and I was really abused real bad. And I go mostly for that, but since 2008 or 2012, all right, my sister died. My husband that I put through nursing school divorced me. Then my dad died, my dog died, and then 8 years ago, my son died. And when after he died, I just kind of, I was real bad suicidal before he died. And then I don't know, I went to God and asked him to help me. And then just to help me live, and that's what I've been doing, and I take my medicine as prescribed, and I am no longer, I haven't been suicidal in 6 years, and I don't plan on ever going back that way. I have God in my life. I go to church. I go to AA 3 times a week. And I do test positive for phenobarbital, but that's the only drug that I know that I can take. And as long as I take the pill, I can walk and function and drive, and that's all. That's all.
This time, counsel for the board may have some questions for you and the hearing panels.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Broadway, will you tell us your current place of employment for the record?
I'm currently disabled, but I also have, I work at a kennel. I mop floors at this grocery store. Well, it's like a convenience store 3 times a week. And I work at Pampered Pooch. I bathe dogs. And then on weekends, I wash towels for Pampered Pooch. And on Sundays, I also, clean the cook shack at the store.
Can you tell us your educational background, where you attended school?
I graduated LPN school in Louisiana in 91. And then I graduated Shelby State Orange School in 2001.
When you were working as a nurse, where all did you work?
I have worked at Glenwood Hospital on neuro and orthopedics. I have worked in a nursing home. I have worked on telemetry. I've worked telemetry in Memphis and also med-surg, but then I also worked ER. That's where I finished working in the ER. I also worked, I think, 1 year of trauma nursing, but mostly I liked ER. And I worked in the chest pain center and the minor care in the ER.
Was that your whole LPN when you were an RN, all those? Okay. When you were terminated and you lost your license, where were you working then?
At Methodist South Emergency Room.
Can you tell us what happened then?
Yes. I very rarely had seizures back then either, but that night when I got out of the shower, I
I felt like I was gonna have a seizure. I called them and, they said, no, you have to come on into work. So I finished getting ready. I got in my car and when I put it in reverse, I had a seizure. And when the ambulance got there, after I have a seizure, I'm confused. And when the ambulance got there, I refused to get in the ambulance. And my son's friends was walking down the street. They said they would take care of me. And when I woke up the next morning, my car was there, but they had stolen I was supposed to go to a concert the next day. They stole my concert ticket and I think my guitar. And instead of me calling the cops, I went over to their house and they had drugs on the table and I grabbed all their drugs and I stuck it in my pocket and I got busted for it. And then I did 6 months of probation for the lawyer, not for the nursing board, but for the courts, because they wanted to make sure I wasn't on drugs. And I did that. And then, whenever I was supposed to go to Palmetto, I did drink some beer before I went the night before. Palmetto. Before I went to Palmetto, to get evaluated, I drank a beer the night before. And, I no longer drink at all. And I very seldom drink anyway because alcohol don't really go with my seizures.
How long has it been since you worked as a nurse?
About 12 years.
And do you think you have any type of substance abuse issues?
No.
What are you currently taking?
Phenobarbital 94.2 milligrams every night.
So if we look at your order, and I said this when I made my statement a while ago, that order that you got from this board, there was a determination made. You said there was a jar full of urine in your car. And I think in that, what's stated in that order from that hearing was that you said you had it so you could pass a drug test. Is that correct?
I didn't say that.
So what this finding in the order you're
But
saying?
it was in the police report. I remember it. But I did not say that. It was in my car, but it was not mine. But I did not say that because number one, I couldn't use it anyway because I take phenobarbital. I have to have phenobarbital in my system for a drug screen.
So I guess my question would be, why did you have a jar of urine with a hand warmer hooked to it?
It was my son's.
So you're just carrying it around for him?
He had it in my car. I don't know what they did that night.
Brandon, I'm sorry, I don't think they heard your question. about that.
Oh,
What's it hooked to? A jar of urine with what?
according to the board order, a hand warmer?
Hand warmer.
Sorry, I made
You said handle.
I kept thinking handle too.
That's my fault. Sorry.
No. That's more.
But I could never, even if I wanted to use that, I couldn't because I have to test positive for phenobarbital.
When was the last time that you drank alcohol?
Memorial Day 2 years ago. I had 2 beers. And I probably drank 7 beers in the last 10 years.
Let's talk about your phenobarbital. Look at page 36 for me, if you will. You sent this letter to the board, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and in it, you talk about your phenobarbital use, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And you say there have been a couple of occasions that the doctor has tried other medications, but always comes back to phenobarbital. Did I get that pretty much correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's look at that order from 2012 on page 19. You see number 10 on page 19?
Yes, sir.
And you see where it says, you were diagnosed as phenobarbital dependent following inpatient treatment in 2004. You see where that's at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it says, and you were diagnosed in 2010 after inpatient treatment as polysubstance dependent, following some more inpatient treatment. You see what that says?
Oh, yes, sir.
And if you read on, it says that it was noted that you really liked phenobarbital and were resistant to suggestions to change to a non-addicted medication. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in the last sentence, it even says that you got yourself back on phenobarbital. You see where it says that? In this order?
On the last sentence?
Yeah, it says, Dr. Boyd noted that since her treatment in January and February of 2010, respondent weaned herself off Tegretol and got herself back on phenobarbital. Now, you see that?
I only did that with the doctor's order.
Right, but I'm just, do you see where it's at here in this board order?
Dr. Boyd, no. I didn't do it myself. My doctor did that.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying is this is under the findings of facts that were found during your last, your board order in your hearing, okay?
All right.
Do you see where it says that?
Yes, sir.
Turn over to page 82 for me. Now, this is from the Palmetto Addiction Recovery Center,
Yes, sir.
and the date on it is February 8, 2013. You see what that is?
Yes, sir.
And you're named on this, Ms. Broadway, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and on Axis 1, where it says dependence on phenobarbital,
Yes.
you see where it says that on there, under the Axis 1?
Yes, sir.
So then on this one, from this Addiction Recovery Center, they have you as Axis 1 dependent on phenobarbital. And then if you look over on page 83, about halfway down the first paragraph, it says, although she has been able to get off phenobarbital, she is still taking it. You see that?
No, sir. Where's that?
It's about halfway down that paragraph. That first paragraph says, although she has been able to get off phenobarbital, she is still taking it. You see that? It's about halfway down that first paragraph.
Yes, I see it. I see it.
So there's one instance where they have recommended that you get off, correct?
The psychologist, not my neurologist.
Okay. Well, if you turn over to page 80,
It's not that I want to take it, because I don't like taking phenobarbital.
let me tell you where I was.
One time I got to get off of it for 5 years and I didn't have any seizures, but they started me on Tegretol and I took it for 5 years. But then it quit working, so they put me back on phenobarbital. And also they've tried me on different other types, but I remember they tried me on Dilantin. They tried me on other medicines. The Dilantin made me hallucinate. The other medicine, I don't know the name of it, made me start seizing within 2 days. And as long as I take that one pill every day, I don't seize. I don't have seizures. I can function, I can walk, I can talk, I can think.
This is kind of getting to my point. So turn over to page 80 for me. It's just back one page, I'm sorry. You see page 80, Ms. Broadway?
Yes, sir.
All right, and this is from Victory Addictions Recovery Center, and it's dated February 9th, 2023.
Yes, sir.
And I believe it says this assessment was done January 30th, 2023. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so and it's also got your name on there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The part I really want to look at is it's in the third paragraph and it starts with, although there is no evidence.
Yes, sir.
It says, although there's no evidence of abuse of phenobarbital, her ongoing use of this medication, given her history of alcohol abuse and other substance use, is concerning. It also, do you see that?
Yes, sir.
It also says it's been recommended you get off this medication in order to practice nursing with skill and safety, but you continue to take this medication. It is recommended she not take any controlled substances, give her substance abuse issues. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
So that's two, and I get,
That medication I can't nurse because I can't walk.
well, really what I was pointing to was your letter that stated that it hadn't been recommended that you get off of it, because it's been two recommendations. All right, so let's go back to your final order on page 19.
All right.
And on this one, on number 12, you see number 12 there, Ms. Broadway?
Yes, sir.
The panel determined that you had a physical, mental, or emotional condition that essentially prevented you from performing nursing duties safely. Do you agree that's what they determined based off this finding of facts?
Yes, sir, and I did,
Um,
but I don't have it now.
In here, it talks about, let's see, the reason why they found that. It says you have a history of suicidal ideations and attempts during your treatment at Lakeside Behavior. Respondent told Dr. Boyd that she attempted suicide and tried to drown herself in the bathtub. He goes on to state that you had when you had suicidal thoughts, when you got fired from your job, and talks about you taking 30 Adderall in a 24-hour period. He also noted that you could put others and yourself potentially in danger due to the nature of the job if you didn't get adequate treatment. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And it says that he made recommendations according to this board order that you talk to the Tennessee Professional Assistance Program. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But you declined any recommendations according to this. Is that right?
You mean like going to the Tennessee Recovery?
Yeah, well, here it says, he refused to continue seeing you because you know that you do not feel comfortable with returning. You wouldn't accept his treatment recommendations. Do you see that? It's on page 20. You flip over.
Yes, sir, I see it.
So he wouldn't continue to treat you because you wouldn't follow his recommendations. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you turn over to page 37. I believe this is another one of your letters. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this one's from the same day, April 21st, 22. I believe that the other one we looked at was. The other is that first sentence you state you have not received any formal treatment for mental disorders. Is that right?
Correct.
If you turn over to page 38, say you did not have a mental disorder,
Correct.
right? Okay. Let's look at page 82.
Can I point out something else on page 38? I was grieving and very depressed back then. It was after my sister died.
Yes, what I'm looking at is your statement said you did not have a mental disorder then. Is that correct?
I was sad. I was sad.
Go back to page 82. We looked at this earlier.
Okay.
In that first paragraph, it says, the last sentence. It talks about your final diagnosis. They're as follows. You said the last says, in that first paragraph right there, Ms. Broadway, you got it?
Right here?
Yes,
Where
ma'am.
it says her final diagnosis or the following?
Yes, ma'am, and it has them listed.
Yes, sir.
Um,
I did need help back then.
and I'm not trying to get in your medical information.
Okay.
This is kind of relevant to your ability to safely function as a nurse. You see on Axis 1 there on page 82,
Yes, sir.
it says major depressive disorder.
Yes, sir.
So that would be at the time that this was going on, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then on Axis 2, it talks about a personality disorder with borderline, antisocial, dependent, and obsessive compulsive. Do you see those?
Yes, sir.
So would you agree that those are mental health disorders?
Yes, but I don't think I'm antisocial or, and I don't think I have obsessive compulsive disorder.
No, that's just based off this assessment.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's just my opinion.
No, this is just that assessment that these professionals did.
I mean, back then I was a mess. I was a hot mess. I will agree to that. And, but I've had 12 long years to think about this and to, you know, and I'm sorry. You know, I've thought long and hard about all the mistakes I've made, you know. I was sad back then and when my sister died, you know, it kind of took me with her. But, you know, now I'm better. You know, everybody in my family's, except for one, is dead. So, I don't know. But I would like, you know, a chance to get my license back.
Ms. Broadway, on page 83, this is where I was going with this.
Okay.
There's the last sentence on page 83. It says, do you see where it starts with at this time, at that first paragraph at the top of the page there?
Yes, yes, sir.
Will you read that for me?
At this time, she is in need of chemical dependency treatment and should not be considered safe to practice until she has completed the treatment. Our recommendations are at the completion at this evaluations are as follows.
I know this was back in 2013, but at that time, they said you weren't safe for practice until you got some type of treatment. Is that right?
I agree. Yes.
And I think you started to read that the physician even made recommendations. Right? You see those?
Yes, sir.
And on number 3, it says the verbatim, Tammy is not ready to practice nursing with skill and safety until she has completed treatment. And
Yep.
he lists several other things we don't have to get into. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on page 84, if you flip over, I believe this is a more in-depth assessment. If you read at the bottom of page 84, the last sentence also states that you were diagnosed with a bipolar disorder. Do you agree that that is some type of mental health issue as well?
I do agree that that's a mental health issue, but I don't think I had it.
Well, have you read this assessment?
I have more than once.
We're not gonna go through all of it because I don't think there's a lot of stuff that we need to get into that.
But I was on Adderall, Xanax, and phenobarbital at the time. And I think, and plus, you know, I was grieving over my sister. And so, you know, I think that's why it says I was bipolar.
Turn over on this assessment. I'm not gonna go all the way through it.
Okay.
But if you will look at page 91. You on page 91, Ms. Broadway?
Yes, sir.
You see, the bottom half of the page, it says diagnostic impressions right there.
Yes, sir.
And you see it also says that one of the diagnoses was amphetamine dependence and alcohol dependence.
Yes, sir.
And then the mental diagnosis on there was borderline dependent, antisocial, and obsessive compulsive features.
Yes, sir.
Those again are all mental health diagnoses and also some substance abuse disorders, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in this, there's also a recommendation, number one, it recommends a, long-term residential treatment for substance abuse. Do you see that? And I don't believe they said you were ready to go back to nursing either. Is that correct? Based off just number one.
From this,
Yes, ma'am.
no, they didn't because, and then I just walked away. That's when I just decided not to nurse.
After this assessment is when you, okay.
Yes, sir.
Let's go back to page 80 and we looked at it just a little bit. I know this is kind of the more recent assessment. It's a little bit shorter.
I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, on page 81, do you see where it says, it is recommended she complete an inpatient substance use program prior to reinstatement of her nursing license?
Yes, sir.
And this was from February of last year. So
Yes, sir.
have you done that?
I tried, I went back to Palmetto and asked them, but they said that it would be $40,000. I don't have $40,000.
So you haven't done any type of assessment like both of these, or I'm
I would
sorry,
like to,
but you haven't done any type of treatment like it's been recommended.
right, I would like to. But, I don't have $40,000. I don't have $30,000. I barely have $500.
So this addictionologist and I believe psychiatrist on two different things. They both, you've been recommended that you seek some type of treatment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Before you return to work.
Yes, sir.
And so you're here, you haven't done that, you testified.
I would like to.
But you're,
I'm financial, I mean, I have Medicare, they don't accept Medicare, they accept Medicaid. But there is some places around where I live that will accept it, but they don't go with the nursing board.
I understand. But where I'm going is that it's been recommended that before you return to nursing, that you complete some treatment, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you haven't done that by your testimony.
No, sir.
So you're asking this board to restore your license against the advice of medical professionals. Is that correct?
I mean, if they want me to go to treatment, I can go to treatment. I mean, if I can get, I don't know of any of them that, like Palmetto, that's the only one I know of that is acceptable to the board. And they won't take Medicare. They take Medicaid or cash.
So
Go somewhere else, I'd be glad to. I mean, I would be glad to get reevaluated and do whatever they suggest.
So you're saying you would go if the board reinstated your license, you would go, or if the board said we won't reinstate your license until you do get treatment? Because it's already been said.
Either or. I mean, I'll do whatever you want me to do. If you want me to go, I will go. I'm just trying to listen and to do what's recommended because that's not what I did last time. I just didn't listen and I didn't do what was recommended.
So we've looked at two different things. I guess where I was going is the job of this board is to protect the public.
Yes, sir.
So how can the board protect the public if it's going against what's already been recommended? If it restores your license.
Well, I mean, can I go to treatment?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
May I go to treatment?
I'm asking you if that's what you think you're asking the panel.
I mean, if you would like for me to go to treatment, I really don't feel like I need treatment. But if that's what it would take for you to trust me to know that I'm mentally and physically okay, I would do what you want me to do.
You said that you didn't think you had a substance abuse problem, is that right?
Exactly. I have a seizure disorder. I have drank before, but I've never really, I've never just drank, but I don't drink at all now. And I'll never drink again or do any other kind of drugs at all.
I'm gonna go take you to page 94.
Okay.
Again, this is from 2013, so,
Okay.
but I don't see any reason it's not relevant right now. The last paragraph, do you see that?
Yes, sir.
It says Tammy endorses symptoms of chemical dependence, behavioral changes associated with use, detoxification symptoms, loss of control, compulsions to use, and denial. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And then if you go to page 101,
I'm there.
and the middle of the page talks about evidence of addiction. You see that? Right in,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
loss of control, obsessions, distortions, and thinking and denial again. So I mean, it's listed everywhere in these assessments about denial and substance abuse. So you still don't think you have substance abuse problem despite these assessments?
I don't want to take phenobarbital.
You think it's the only thing that helps you?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that you could safely practice nursing, Ms. Broadway?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me why?
Because I'm honest, I'm knowledgeable, I'm good with patients, and, I'm a hard worker. Believe in God.
You do realize though that we looked at two assessments, at least two assessments that said you don't need to return to nursing until you've completed treatment, correct?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Right, the board, hearing panel may have some questions for you now.
Okay.
All right, they don't have any questions for you. So at this time, if you wanna say anything final, any, thing before we start with closing statements, you can, do so now.
Only thing I have to say is I know phenobarbital is a narcotic and I know I have to take it, and I'm sorry about that. I wish I didn't, but that's all I got.
This time we'll start now with, closing statements. And, you can begin now with your closing statement and the board council will conclude with the.
All right, my closing statement is, if you would trust me to have my nursing license back, I would do the best that I can to give you my trust and to take care of my patients and, to be dependable and honest, and, that's all.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Broadway has not practiced nursing in over 12 years. She lost her license because of several issues that we've covered today. These included substance abuse and mental health issues. We've looked at assessments that literally say her nursing license should not be reinstated unless she's completed treatment. If the panel restores her license, it would be going against recommendations of other medical professionals. I would strongly encourage you to read the assessment that begins on page 82 in your exhibits. We've looked at several instances today in which Ms. Broadway's statements were contradicted by evidence, including denial, and that was on more than one occasion. This board's job is to protect the public, and I think the evidence today shows that Ms. Broadway is not ready to practice nursing safely. Thank you.
Right, this concludes the hearing in, case number 2024-0307 involving the licensee, Ms. Tammy Elizabeth Broadway. At this time, I will entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on the case.
I make a motion to go into closed session.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
We go into executive session.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, the board is now in executive session and will return with its decision in this matter. This is Michelle's. Just put it into adjustment. All right, we are back on the record. I will announce the board's decision in case number 2024-0307. The board finds unanimously that the restoration applicant, Ms. Tammy Broadway, did not meet her burden of proof to show sufficient evidence why her license should be restored. So the board has your petition for restoration.
So what do I do now? Can I go, if I go through treatment?
I can't make any representation about what the board to restore your license. I can't do that. All the things in your petition that you filed, the board voted.
All right, thank you.
Your posture is what we're proud to restoration. You just, your petition was denied.
All right, thank you.
You have any other questions?
No, ma'am.
I call the next matter on the docket, case number 2024-0308, involving the licensee, Ms. Michelle Rogers, license number R-884456. Good afternoon, I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I'll ask the members of the hearing panel for this case to state your names for the record.
Mary Stewart, RN.
Lacey Gentry, RN. Nancy Nordstrom.
And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And is the licensee Ms. Michelle Rogers present?
I'm here.
And Ms. Rogers, are you represented by an attorney?
Ma'am.
Do you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you?
I do.
And you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf
Understand.
and have this board issue subpoenas on your behalf?
Understand.
And understand all of this, you wish to proceed with
I
the
do.
petition without an attorney.
I do. Yes.
And now I want to identify the individuals in attendance that will give testimony. Will you please state your name for the record? Will you testify? on your
I'm
behalf?
gonna testify for myself.
Right, so now the court reporter will swear you in.
Do you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Are there any?
Yes, Your Honor. We would request to introduce B1 through B11. And we also have a P1 through P6. P6 was just added. for Ms. Rogers.
All right, Ms. Rogers, do you have any objection to the exhibits introduced by the board, B1 through B11?
I do not.
For today's hearing?
No.
Those are admitted. Mr. Walker, do you have any objection to the exhibits introduced by the petitioner, P1 through P6, being admitted into the record?
I do not, Your Honor.
Right, so those are admitted. All right, we'll proceed as follows. We can have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, and conclude with closing statements. Ms. Rogers, this is your petition for restoration, so you can begin with your opening statement now if you want to.
Okay. Trying to think, let me look at this order real quick. I was a travel nurse in South Carolina, and I originally was disciplined there. So that's where I originally refused the drug screen, resulting in my license being revoked there, which led to my license being revoked here. And basically, I knew that I couldn't pass the drug screen because I knew that I had been using. So I pretty much just shut down. I didn't attend any of the hearings. I let everything happen without me. And in August of 2019, I entered in treatment to a methadone, I entered into methadone treatment. And I have been working towards regaining what I lost to addiction. And so that's what I'm hoping to show today, all the things that I've done to hopefully prove to you that I can safely practice as a nurse.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Rogers is here today asking for a license to be restored. Her privilege to practice was first suspended by the South Carolina Board of Nursing in January of 2018 after she refused a four-cross drug screen after suspected drug diversion. Based on that action, this board suspended her license in July of 2018. The license was then revoked in March of 2019 by this board. In the following October, South Carolina revoked her privilege to practice in that state. In her restoration packet, she admits to having a substance abuse problem. She states that in 2017, she resigned her position at LTC Hospital in Gulfport because she knew she could not pass a drug screen. In considering her restoring her license to practice nursing, we asked the panel to consider how long it's been since she practiced nursing, the circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, and if the public will be protected if her license is restored. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Rogers, you may now put on your case.
Okay, so this is actually the first time I've seen the full assessor report, but I remember her telling me that it took me a very long time to lose my license, the path to addiction, and it was going to take me a long time to get it back. So just to make sure that I followed all recommendations, and I have tried to do that to the very best of my ability. I attend AA meetings 3 times a week. I go to counseling. I have a mental health practitioner. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder in addition to the substance use disorder when I was 35. And so I'm stable. There is documentation from my provider. There's also documentation from the methadone treatment showing that I'm meeting my goals, following any instructions they give me. I have been doing random drug screens, which only are showing the amphetamines for ADHD and the methadone, so I have prescriptions for both. So I have not had any negative drug screens over a year at this point. Let's see. The only thing that I see in this list of recommendations from the assessor that I'm currently trying to get a new sponsor. It's been kind of difficult trying to figure out, what sponsor. Sometimes it takes a little bit to get someone that works with you, but I am trying to work through all the trauma that is mentioned in this report. And I feel that I realize I would have to redo the refresher course because it's been so long, but I do feel like that I am mentally and physically capable of being a nurse at this point. I don't have anything else.
All right, at this time, the counsel for the board may have some questions for you at the hearing panel as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Rogers, can you tell us your current place of employment?
Currently, I work for I work for a government contractor for Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services for the Benefits Coordination and Recovery Center, BCRC.
What do you do?
It's a call center. I assist end-stage renal disease patients, coordinate benefits, and I help Medicare recover on injury cases where Medicare paid and we have to recover.
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
Since I entered methadone treatment, almost 5 years now.
Where do you live currently?
I live in Moselle, Mississippi.
So you are back in Mississippi?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been back in Mississippi?
Well, I was on a multi-state license whenever I went to South Carolina. So I am originally from Mississippi. That's where I went to school in Mississippi. So I've been from here.
When did you move back to Mississippi as well?
Let me think. Well, I was only away for the 13-week travel period. So
I got you. Where all did you work as a nurse?
I have worked at the hospital. When I first graduated, I did a med-surg program just for new nurses. And that was Forest General. I've worked in ICU at the hospital in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. I have worked ICU travel in Arizona and South Carolina. And I also was hired as the nurse manager for Haven Behavioral Hospital in New Mexico.
Can you remind, when were you first licensed as a nurse?
2010, February 2010.
Can you tell us when your substance abuse problem first started?
When I was 26 years old, I had a lot of kidney stones and lots and lots of kidney stones. And so I was continuously prescribed opiates, and eventually that led to a dependence. That's when it first happened.
But you said when you were 20, do you know roughly what year that was? I'm not trying to.
It's in here. Let me see. She said, she mentioned something about it. Let's see. Okay, history. So I'm 39 now. I'm not that great at math, but I did.
13 years, I'm not either, Robert.
Yeah. Okay, okay.
So you said that kidney stones led to that, your prescription on that? What did you do? What other drugs were you taking other than opiates? Was it just opiates? Did you have?
No, I eventually ended up with heroin as a heroin addict. But my primary drug of choice has always been either opiates of some sort. That's what I'm doing, or yeah, eventually heroin.
I know it's in your assessment, and we don't have to go through all that.
Okay.
And they have it too, but can you kind of give us a little history on your substance abuse, what led to your heroin and how it got so bad?
So, so it started with prescriptions, and at the time I had no idea that I also suffered from bipolar disorder. And I now can look back and think, well, I definitely had some issues with my mental illness affecting my drug use, or, fueling it in some way. But I couldn't recognize that at the time, obviously. I dated an attorney, and he introduced me to heroin. And it's like, once I got on there, it was like a disease. I just couldn't. Every time I try to stop, you get sick. I eventually self-reported myself to the board, in, it might have been 2012 or 2013, and I completed the 90-day treatment that they said to do. And at the end of that, they basically said, okay, since you self-reported, don't get in trouble again. If you get in trouble again, there's gonna be a problem. And then I remained clean until I went to Arizona for my nursing trip there, and I met someone. So it really seems to be that I form relationships where I'm codependent, if I had to speculate. And so I've lost 2 husbands to addiction. I lost my children, and I lost the majority of my family support. But through my recovery, I have my children, 2 of my children live with me. One is in nursing school now. But I have relationships with all of them, and I've regained my family support. And I'm obviously widowed, but I avoid relationships with men right now until I work through that.
You mentioned bipolar disorder, and I think you mentioned a couple of times now. Do you see anybody for that?
I do. Colleen McMahon, which there's medical records in here, but I see her every 3 months. Originally it was more than that, but she's at Safe Harbor.
Are you taking anything?
Vraylar,
How often do you take that?
nightly.
Did you ever work under the influence?
No.
No? Did you divert any medication from the facility and from any facilities?
I did not divert any medication, but I refused the drug test
Why did you refuse that? You said earlier.
because I knew that I would fail. And then they would immediately think that I took something.
I understand. You also mentioned that you don't have a sponsor, you're looking for one. Did you have one before?
I did have one before. I do AA meetings via Zoom, and because that's the easiest way for me to do them 3 times a week. And so it's just been kind of difficult with the Zoom. I have had 2, and they've either maybe like they reused or something's happened. So I am trying to get a sponsor now.
I mean, you said you plan to keep attending AA meetings,
I do, yes.
and you mentioned this a little bit, but what's your home life like now? I know you said you have a relationship with your kids, but.
Okay, well, now, I mean, I actually ended up getting custody back of my younger children, which I say younger, my baby's gonna be 18 next month, but she's still a senior in high school. So I provide the primary care for her. I work from home for my job. My son lives with me, and we live in my grandmother's house, and about a mile down the road, my parents live next to me. So I'm surrounded by my family, and my sister's a doctor here in Jackson.
You talked about your support system. What are you currently taking? I know you said,
Aside from other, you mean like just for my substance?
just medication. Yes, ma'am.
So other than just medical diagnoses is like thyroid and stuff, I take Adderall for ADHD, and I take the methadone. I have to go down there once a month, and then I have to do callbacks because it's a very strictly monitored program. But that's what I take for in the Vraylar. That's what I take for the mental health and the substance.
And I may have asked this, and you may have said it, but I probably missed it. What's your date of sobriety?
August 17th of 2019. Almost 5 years.
5 years. So why do you think the panel should restore your license?
I would like to think that I have shown that I'm willing to work hard to do whatever it is that they recommend, so that they can look at the evidence of me completing those tasks to show that I am capable of being a nurse. Of course, being out so long, yes, I would still have to complete the other classes just for the competency and the clinical hours and stuff. But as far as, I will never overcome being an addict. I will always be an addict, but I hope that I've shown that I am doing whatever I need to do in treatment. Following any of my counselor's advice, whatever it is, I'm trying to do to stay on top of that so that I don't have to ever go through that again, and keeps me mentally sharp so that I can continue to be a nurse. I worked very hard in nursing school to get this, and I hated myself that I gave it up.
I'm looking at your assessment of this P6, I believe is what we labeled it, that you mentioned you hadn't seen. You mentioned some bipolar. If this gave you a score, if you look on page 5 of that assessment,
Okay.
looks like they gave you a 39 on the Beck Depression Inventory, which indicates severe depression. Do you have depression as well?
Well, the way my current practitioner describes it is that I have depressive type bipolar. So it is a very, very similar symptoms from what I can tell. But I would say at the time of this, and I've even asked my practitioner, she says the treatment options would be the same for me because of the bipolar disorder. So I would say, yeah, I probably do have depression, especially with everything that's happened. And a lot of that I do talk about in therapy.
And how often do you go to therapy?
Twice a month.
I think you addressed everything else in this assessment really on your own. I guess my last question would be, do you think you can safely practice nursing?
I would not have put my family and myself through everything that it has taken and the financial cost that it's taken to do this if I did not think I could. I feel very confident that I am able to do this job. I love being a nurse and I miss it terribly. It's like a piece of my body is missing.
You don't have no further questions.
Any questions from the hearing panel for Ms. Rogers?
Roger, thanks for coming today and sharing with us some of the things that you've done to get to this point. I'd like to hear a little bit more about how you're going about getting a sponsor.
The online Zoom meetings, they have a list of people that are willing to be a sponsor. And it's pretty much, you reach out to them and you kind of have some side meetings. And you basically try to find somebody that fits. It's kind of like a counselor. And part of that's been my issue is, especially with all of my issues, I don't want to just tell everybody my story every time I meet them. So it takes a while. And so the last person that I had, I mean, she just reused, and so I can't use her anymore. So now I'm starting that process all over again. But I mean, I don't see it as a negative because I see it as a positive. It's a step that I will always have to deal with. I mean, this is going to happen throughout my life. Sponsors are going to go away or whatever. I'm going to have to deal with this. So I see it as a positive.
So how long has it been since you've had a sponsor?
Like maybe 2 months.
Because Ms. Thomas's assessment looks, she noted that.
I did, yeah, like I said, I just saw that today, but she told me, all she told me in the meeting was that I remember, because I went over a lot, was that she wanted me to do counseling and to follow any recommendations that you guys had. So I've tried my best, my humanly possible best.
Okay, so just to make sure that I understand, so you are using the list that's provided by the online Zoom AA meeting?
Yes,
To help.
or people who are willing to be sponsors.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have a backup plan if that list doesn't pan out?
Yes, I do. If I can, there is a meeting in Hattiesburg and I can go there. If that doesn't pan out, and there are a lot of people that I know there, I just have to be willing to open myself up to someone that I've, that knows. It's just hard for me, I'll be honest. So I do have a backup plan.
So, is there anyone in your life that you see on a regular basis that is actively using substances inappropriately?
No.
Alcohol, marijuana, anything like that?
No.
So what areas of practice, if we were to, consider reinstating your license in some way, what areas of practice would you say you feel most competent and why?
Well, the majority of my career, I did ICU travel, but that's a very high stress position. I would not want to put myself back in that, especially right out of the box. I don't want to do that ever, maybe. I could see myself doing something like maybe a nursing home, maybe home health, something where I am not having to give life-saving. I mean, I may have to do CPR or something, but where I'm not having to, put all these medications and vented patients, and I don't want to put myself through that again. So something that will allow me to still be a nurse, still have patient care, tactile. I like to touch people, but also at the same time, not being such a high stress position. And there's a lot of options out there for that.
So my last question, I think, is, what concerns you about getting the opportunity to have your license returned?
Well, I mean, first off, getting through the refresher course. I mean, you hear it's like riding a bike, but there's new things in medicine that happens every day. And so part of it is going to be just making sure that I am reoriented to that. It's really just, I don't really have any other concerns about my physical and mental capabilities once I've gotten that step out of the way. I think once I get that refresher course and the clinicals down and I say, okay, I know, I proved to myself I can do this, take those 5 patients or however many it is, because that was the scariest thing coming out of nursing school, was taking that many patients all by yourself. So it's the same fear.
Okay, and, I do have one other question. So are you in routine contact with any other nurses that have a substance use disorder?
I'm not. I actually took longer than I should have trying to get my packet together because it was hard for me to find nurses. I was a travel nurse. I mean, I didn't maintain those connections through addiction, because I was in addiction. And so I was actually able to find people that I did work before I had addiction, and they were able to help me. But and my whole family knows this, I avoid it at all costs. I don't want to put myself in that position. I have harmed my children. I don't want to even put that in the way to be a hiccup in the road.
And I was really thinking more, someone who's in recovery, a nurse who's in recovery.
Now, there is a group, and there's some people that specialize in recovery nursing. I reach out to that type of thing, but I don't have any friends that are in recovery.
What do you mean you reach out to them?
So they have like these, kind of like what do you call it?
Support group?
It is a support group, but they also have like this thing you can post on and other people will respond, and I guess it would be other nurses in recovery. Just kind of like if you're having a problem that day or, and they're all from different states. So, I mean, it's relative to their licensing board or whatever, but that is one way that I keep my contacts as far as other nursing, because there are a lot of other people in recovery. So it's helped me to know that.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's it.
Okay, Ms. Rogers, I have a few questions. I noticed in your past medical history, it referred to a TBI.
The car wreck.
Okay, when was that?
I was in 2016.
Okay, so after your nursing license.
No, that was before.
2016.
Oh, yeah, I was already a nurse. I'm sorry. I thought you meant revoked, but yeah, okay.
Should clarify better. So, how did that affect your nursing practice?
Well, I was off work because I got post-concussion syndrome for a little bit, and had to do physical therapy and all that good stuff, but I haven't had any residual effects, I mean, so that was in 16. So well, at least since 5 years for sure. Because it's hard to tell, when you're in addiction.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. To Dr. Stewart's questions, when she asked you, kind of where your competence was as far as nursing
Mhm.
skills. I know I heard you say high stress areas you would try to avoid, but tell me about areas that would preclude you to substances that might hamper your recovery.
Well, my grandmother recently, well, she passed away in 22. Being around medications, I had to help take care of her, and she was a cancer patient. My father has pancreatic cancer. Being around opiates now, it's nothing like it was before. Having 5 years of sobriety, I have tools that I can pull from. I have the years, so to speak. I don't have that same fear of, oh my gosh, if I see an oxycodone, I'm going to want to go take it. No, it's not like that for me. So I do think I could be able to do just basic, regular medication administration. I was thinking more when I say the high stress, I'm trying to avoid just a long period of high stressors that would wear me down, so to speak. But any other area, whether it's case management, I would love to keep working from home, anything like that. I don't feel worried about any of those other areas.
You said you have tools. Give me your top 2 go-to tools.
Well, first off, I'm gonna try to get through that question.
Okay.
When you have let your children down and made them think that you didn't want them, even though I have them back now, mostly I just have to think of them. But I also have, count to 10. There's certain Bible verses I have. Distraction's a lot of it. Call somebody. s- you know, text somebody, get on the internet, get in the group chat, whatever I have to do, to get the support I need. Call my mom, stuff like that. That's what I mean.
And that's the perfect lead into my next question. Name me, please, your support system.
I have my mom, my dad. I have my brother and his wife. And I have my sister and her husband. They trust me with the care of their children. They're 1 and 6-month-old and 1-year-old, while my sister is at UMC in a fellowship for NICU. She has to come to the hospital, 24 hours at a time. And so they trust me to take care of their children, even knowing my background. But they are also there for me if I need support. They've been pulling for me. And that has come a long way because I hurt them too. So, um, me and my brother go to the same church, so I have that. I have my children that I can call on because my baby is 18, so they're there for me as well. So
When did you reestablish that trust with your sister, brother-in-law?
probably about a year. They wanted to know that I was going to be committed because they knew I'd already gone to treatment once. But about a year after I was in the methadone program, I had to show them by action so they could see that I was making an effort with my kids, being at every ball game I could get to, keeping my promises, showing up when I was supposed to. It took me showing by action for them to start giving me the opportunity to have conversations with them, let them tell me how mad they were at me, and we had to work through lots of those conversations, but it took time. About 4 years later, we're here now and I can call them anytime I need to. It's like I have my brother and sister back. So it means a lot.
Do you perceive yourself as physically healthy?
Yes.
Do you perceive yourself as emotionally healthy?
Yes. Yes. When I have to I have to talk about this in front of a panel, it's a little different, but yes, no, I do have the capability to do what I need to do in a professional manner. I do it every day, talking to people all day long.
And you will be safe
I
with
will-
patients?
Yes, I do. Yes, I will be safe with
Not
people.
compromise their care in any way if this board sees.
Absolutely. I will not compromise their care in any way. I would never want to think that I hurt someone because of my negligence. So no, I would never do that.
Do you feel like you ever potentially could have hurt a patient in the past because of your negligence?
I think that even though I did not divert medication, I think when you're in addiction and you're not able to divert your full attention to patient care, I think there's always a potential there. And you have to acknowledge that because you have to learn from it and know that you won't make that mistake ever again. So, yeah.
Ms. Rogers, do you have any like job opportunities that you're looking at?
I have not started that process because I knew that I would have to first get through this hurdle and then I would still have to do the hurdle of doing the refresher course because I've been out so long. So no, I have not made that. I haven't even started looking, to be honest.
No desires of.
My father would love to see me. I don't know why. I guess he loves his home health nurse, really. It must be something to her, but he really thinks I would like that. If I do I have any desires? I would love to be a nurse anywhere. I mean, just because like I said, I feel like a part of me is missing. But I don't think he's wrong about home health nursing or, nursing. I was a nursing supervisor and I love that job. I was a night supervisor. So, dealing with the elderly, I do really like dealing with the elderly and helping them.
Any thing you want to add to your case before we start with closing statements?
I really do think, I mean, I was just going to be a repeat of what I've already said. The things I've done, the things I am still doing to show myself as being accountable, the monthly drug screens. I don't only just take random drug screens for here. I take random drug screens for the methadone program and anytime they call me. So there's there's constant monitoring of my, status as far as prescriptions and drug screen stuff. But other than that, I really think I have said, I would just be repeating myself.
All right.
Is it too late to ask one? Just what it made me think, it may be in here. So, have you done any type of on your own continuing education for nurses or healthcare, reading journals?
Yeah.
And
And I did do classes, I did do courses too as well.
okay.
There are some, but yes, I have. Now I talk to doctors, as part of my job, I'm constantly talking to doctors for the coordination and stuff. And so medical terminology, just basic stuff is being used every day in my job. But I also, my sister gets a lot of medical journals with my father. He's actually fixing to have a big surgery with the pancreatic cancer specialist here. And so I've been doing a lot of research about that. He's really the one that's kept me up to date on like surgery and stuff. But and then I've also tried to take the recommended courses that were on the nursing board website too. So I've tried to keep up with that as best I can.
On page 55,
Oh, thank you.
that's where it starts.
I can look at that later. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Frankie.
Are you ready to? Okay.
I'm sorry. I thought I was finished.
All right, so we can begin now with closing statements. Starting with you, Ms. Rogers.
My closing statements would be, I have worked very hard, through action that I have I don't want to use the word overcome, that I have put myself, I don't know even what the best word is. I've worked hard to show that I am willing to do anything that's recommended of me. I have continued to work through my recovery because there's a lot to unpack there as far as trauma and everything that I've gone through. I will continue to do that. I don't want to ever think that I would sacrifice someone else's care because of something that I did. So I will not harm my patients. But I would like the opportunity to get back to that. And I know it's probably still a long way to maybe having a full license, but I'm willing to do whatever is recommended of me. That's all I have.
Mr. Walker?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I just want to remind the panel that Ms. Rogers is here today, asking for the panel to restore her license, and she has the burden. We would just ask that the panel consider how long it's been since she practiced nursing, the circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, and if the public will be protected if her license is restored. Thank you, Your Honor.
This time, I'll conclude the hearing in case number 2024-0308. Resolving the licensee, with Michelle Lee Rogers. This time I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
Make a motion, we go into closed session.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
Make a motion, we go into executive session.
All in favor? I'm sorry. Is there a second?
Aye.
All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session and will return with this decision. In case number 2024-0308 involving the licensee, Ms. Michelle Lee Rogers. The board finds unanimously that the petitioner satisfied her burden to show evidence why her license should be restored. So your petition is granted, but with preconditions and stipulations. So certain preconditions that must be met before you can receive a restricted license. You have to conference with the compliance officer here, establish, show proof that you have a primary physician or nurse practitioner, sponsorship and home group support, and completion of the board-approved nurse refresher course. Once you complete that, you can receive your license, and then your license will have certain stipulations on it for 2 years, so a 24-month period. And during that 24-month period, you must provide your any present or future employers with notice of this order, a copy of this order, single state license, employee reports, quarterly reports, indirect supervision. There are certain prohibited areas of practice, maximum hours, attendance at AA meetings, abstaining from addictive substances, periodic, random, and so on-demand drug screens and periodic ones, random, periodic, unannounced ones. And I believe that's roughly the gist of it. And so, and then at the conclusion of that 24-month period, those stipulations. So that's basically.
So does that get sent to me or?
Read copy of this order, of an order consistent with this announcement, and you should get it within 45 days.
Okay, and then I can use that to do the class, the clinicals of the class? Okay. Okay. Thank you all so much for your time. Thank you. Yes.
It's case number 2024-0309. The licensee is Ms. Lindsay Engelman, license number P-320699. Good afternoon, I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the hearing panel for this case to state their names for the record.
Mary Stewart, RN.
And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
And is the licensee, Ms. Lindsay Engelman, present? And Ms. Engelman, are you represented by an attorney?
I am not.
Do you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
And the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
I understand that.
And you have the right to have this board issue subpoenas on your behalf?
I understand.
And understanding all of this, you wish to proceed with your petition without an attorney? Correct. Now I want to identify the individuals in attendance that will give testimony today, so the court reporter is waiting here. So if you're going to testify, please state your name for the record.
Lindsay Pope Engelman.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Your Honor, we would ask that exhibits B1 through B8, as well as exhibits P1 through P3, which P1 being the restoration application, and associated documents be marked into evidence today.
Okay, Ms. Engelmann, do you have any objection to the, admission of the exhibits introduced by board counsel into, the record for today's hearing?
I do not.
And, Ms. Salzman, do you have any objection to the, admission of exhibits P1 through P3 offered by the, petitioner into the record for today's hearing?
No, Your Honor.
Sorry, so the, board's exhibits and the petitioner's exhibits are admitted into the record for today's hearing. We'll begin with opening statements, hear arguments from each side, and conclude with closing statements. So, Ms. Engelmann, if you're ready to begin, you begin now with your opening statement.
I have no opening statement.
Ms. Salzman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Today, Mrs. Engelmann is asking this board panel to restore her license in the state to practice nursing, and the burden is upon her to show any and all evidence as to why that restoration of her license should be restored. She was first licensed in Mississippi as an LPN in 2005. In October of 2017, Mrs. Engelmann surrendered her license before this board after she admitted to possessing, obtaining, furnishing, and administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed, and admitted to making false entries in patient records. In paragraph 5 of her voluntary surrender, she admitted to pulling Ativan and Norco, but she did not document administration of those medications on more than one occasion while she was employed at Mississippi Veterans Home in Kosciuszko, Mississippi. She refused a drug screen at that time, and her explanation to the board for that refusal is because she had recently smoked marijuana. At that time, the board accepted her voluntary surrender, but further recommended in its final order that she be evaluated for chemical dependency and recommended she submit reports to the board, including drug screens and AA attendance. Today, she is seeking application to restore her license, and when considering this request, I would ask the panel to carefully consider the following factors that are set forth in Rule 1.12D, which includes the severity of the action that resulted in the revocation of the license to begin with, her conduct prior to surrender of her license, her compliance with restoration requirements, whether she is in violation of any applicable statute, board, order, or rule, to look at her rehabilitative efforts, to consider her competency to practice nursing, and lastly, her ability to safely practice nursing. Again, the burden is upon Mrs. Engelmann today to show why her license should be restored before this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Engelmann. I'm sorry. Mrs. Missy. You may begin now with your case.
Okay, do I have to just ask questions or just?
You can sort of present and testify and then.
Okay, so on the night in question, the Ativan 1 milligram documented, administered to patient FR. That resident, we had a borrow slip, I guess, rule, I'm sorry, y'all, I'm so nervous. I can barely speak. Anyway, it was our policy in the nursing home that if we didn't have medication for a resident on hand, we could borrow from another and fill out a borrow slip, which is what I did. The borrow slip was filled out for a resident who was in the facility. He got his medication. He needed his medication. I gave it to him, but I had to borrow it from another resident. Why that was presented before the board, I have no idea, because, I mean, yes, that resident that I borrowed from was not in the facility, but there was a borrow slip completed, turned into pharmacy. So I don't know why that it was brought up. The Norco to Miss EL, I signed it out on the MAR, I mean, on the narcotic book, but I did not sign it out on the MAR. So, I mean, I gave it to her within, she had it ordered, I gave it to her. I signed it out on the narcotic log, but not in the MAR. The other two residents, that is what I did that night that cost me that caused me to be here. I didn't realize I was going to be moved that night. I was working on the ADU, the Alzheimer's unit. Anyway, I had residents who did not have who were constantly, requesting pain medication, their pain medication was ineffective. It was my plan that night because I didn't know that I was going to be moved to a different wing in the middle of the night, which was often done. I was going to give them medication to be effective. So I gave them more medication than they had ordered. And I was gonna make it look as though I had given it, I was there. I had given it within the orders.
So, now the, board council may have some questions for you and
Sure.
kind of may have some questions.
Okay, Mrs. Engelmann, let's just start with what you were just saying.
Mhm.
If you would turn with me to page 12, is that what
Mhm.
you were talking about?
Yes,
Part of
ma'am.
Your final order that is from
Yes, ma'am.
October of 17?
Mhm.
Okay, and if you would look at page 12 of that order.
Yeah.
It says that while working at Mississippi State Veterans Home in Kosciuszko, Mississippi, respondent had the following discrepancies.
Yes, ma'am.
Dated 12/17/2016. So we're just gonna take these one at a time. 'Cause
Okay.
I'm confused.
Okay.
You pulled Ativan 1 milligram documented as administered to patient FR at 2100 hours. However, the patient was not in
That
the
is-
facility at the time it was documented.
That is not correct. What I gave I don't remember because it was so long ago. I don't remember the resident. But I gave medication Ativan 1 milligram IM to a resident. He did not have any medication on hand. I had to borrow from FR. FR had a stock in the refrigerator. FR was in the hospital. I borrowed his medication, did a borrow slip, turned that into pharmacy.
Okay, so when you said, that answers one of my questions, you said FR was not at the veterans home at the time, he was in the hospital.
Yes,
And you borrowed medication from his medication.
from his
to it.
medication.
Okay, then B, was this in January of 17 or is this?
No, ma'am, that was, December 17th, 12/17.
So 12/17/2016, pulled Norco 7.5 at 2300 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And at 12/18/2016, pulled Norco 7.5 at 6 AM, I suppose.
This,
For patient EL and did
Mhm.
not document administration.
that is where, okay, I started out on B wing at 7 PM. They put me on the Alzheimer's unit at 11 o'clock. All of a sudden I moved to C wing. That's why some of the things are not lining up, but, the resident EL was in my care on C wing and I did, I signed her Norco out at 20, whatever time, but I didn't sign it in the MAR in her, PRN medication. That was a bad habit of mine. I did that often.
Okay, and then in C, that third finding was on 12/17/16, pulled
Mhm.
Norco 7.5 at 1900 and at 2300. And again on 12/18, the next day, you pulled Norco at 4 AM for patient NH. You were not assigned to that patient's wing.
Right, I started out on B wing and was moved to C wing. I had 2 residents whose medication was not effective. And I kept being called to their rooms, so I gave them more medication than was ordered.
What was your shift normally?
I mean, it differed. I was working PRN at that time. I would work 7 P to 7 A most of the night, most times. That's what I was used
You
to.
normally worked a 7 PM to 7 AM shift.
Right,
So when it says it was pulled at 1900 hours, that would be 7 PM. As soon as you were on
correct.
shift.
And I do remember that night, I came into work and I was kind of rushed and I didn't go look at the assignment sheet at the nurse's station. And I remember it was always my habit to go and lay eyes on my people before I took report and then go and do another round, And as soon, I can't remember if it was before report or after, or just after report, I was told so-and-so needs pain medication.
So just so I'm clear, is it your testimony that as soon as you came on shift?
Mm,
you pulled
yes.
Norco for the patient?
I
but
had the
patient-
keys at that time. I had the keys, I'm sorry.
But that patient wasn't assigned, you weren't assigned to that patient's wing?
I was assigned to that patient's wing at that time.
I thought you said previously you were moved during the night.
I was moved during the night. I started out at 7 p.m. on B wing,
So you're saying
and then I
after
was moved to C wing.
4 AM you were moved?
Yes. No, no, at 11 p.m. I was moved to C wing.
So why did you pull medication at 4 AM for that patient if you weren't working on that wing?
I pulled it at 10 p.m. before I left that wing, and I gave it to them so that they would have effective pain medication. I thought I was gonna be there all night, and I had planned to document it as though I had been.
And I'm sorry, I'm trying to follow. So you pulled Norco at 7 PM. Let's just use regular numbers because I'm not good with these military numbers. 7 PM, 11 PM, and 4 AM for the same patient, right?
Mhm.
But you were not assigned to that patient's wing, but you're telling me you were reassigned at 10 PM?
No, ma'am.
You're saying you
I was
pulled-
saying on C, 12/17/2016, when I pulled I was assigned to this wing, that is B wing. I was there, and I was assigned there at 11. Well, I went to C wing at 11. I mean, I was still on that wing at 11, but yes, I gave them an extra Norco.
Wait, okay, I'm sorry. So
I did not realize I was going to be moved, and I had planned to make my charting look as though I had given the medication when it was allowed to be given.
So
But I did not know I was going to be moved so that my paperwork didn't line up with where I really was.
So were you charting ahead or were you pulling medication ahead?
I pulled medication ahead.
Okay, and then on D, on 12/17/2016, it says you pulled Norco 10 at 6 AM and charted administration to a patient. And that patient was also not assigned, you were also not assigned to that.
Right, I pulled medication before I left B wing to give to B wing residents, and I charted it as though I gave it to them and I charted it as though I was still on B wing at 6 AM. So, I mean, basically what I did in the middle of the night,
Be the morning of
Yeah.
12/17, correct? So then you were off shift from 7 AM to 7 PM?
right?
Okay,
This is confusing me because some of the dates are incorrect. This was all one night. I came in December 17th, 2016 at 7 PM, worked to the morning of December 18th, 2016. And this was all in the same night. This is not, a series of,
so when D says that you pulled it at 6 AM on 12/17, we're not talking about a prior shift?
no, that was the same night. I gave 2 different residents on B wing more than one Norco. So because they were continuously complaining of pain and their pain medication had been ineffective.
Okay, so you made these medication errors. Did you take Norco? for first use?
No, ma'am.
Did you divert Norco?
No, ma'am.
So you entered into a voluntary surrender of your
Yes, ma'am.
license for this, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was approved
2017, October 10th.
on October the 10th, 2017.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the time, you admitted that you possessed, obtained, furnished, or administered drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed. That's in paragraph 3 of this.
That is I'm sorry for interrupting. That is in reference to the activities of December 17th. That
So did
I
you,
gave them more medicine than they had ordered. I gave it to them wrong. I mean, I was admitted to that.
well, I believe it found you guilty of possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed. So it's your testimony today that any person is actually the resident.
Yes, that person was the resident. I gave them more medication than was ordered. That is illegal
And why did
correct?
you do that?
because they had pain that was not, I mean, their pain medication wasn't effective for their pain.
So you didn't follow physician's orders and you just
Correct.
administered
I administered more
more pain medication than what
than
was
what was
prescribed?
ordered. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then you also agreed that you had falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect injuries or failed to make essential injuries.
That is, yes, ma'am, that is charting that I gave them that medication at 6 a.m. when I had been. This is all the same. I mean, the charting and the drug administration go hand in hand. So, I mean, yeah, I did it.
And just so I'm clear, today it's your position that when you furnished, obtained, possessed medication and gave that to someone else, that someone else was in fact the resident, it was
Yeah.
not personal.
No, ma'am.
Can you tell the board your educational background?
I went to school, nursing school at Holmes Community College, Grenada,
What
Became
year
a
did you
nurse.
graduate?
05.
So you've been a nurse for 19, well,
Yes, ma'am.
you were a nurse from 2005 to
2017,
when you
yes,
surrendered your
ma'am.
license.
Mhm.
And are you from Grenada originally? Did you
No,
go
ma'am,
to
I'm from
high
I'm from Kosciuszko. I did not graduate high school. I got my GED.
What year?
I believe it was 04, directly before I went to nursing school.
And after you graduated from Holmes in Grenada, you were licensed by the board.
Yes, ma'am.
You've been licensed in any other jurisdiction?
No, ma'am.
Just in the state of Mississippi?
It says state license. I don't know if I can work. I mean, I don't know that I could work in another. I've only worked in Mississippi.
Did you previously hold a multi-state license?
No, ma'am. Well, I mean, in Mississippi, it says my license was multi-state, yes.
And today you're here requesting restoration?
I
of your
am.
license? Where, you worked at the Veterans Home in Kosciuszko
I
at the
did.
time of this incident?
I
How
did.
long did you work there?
I think I started working there in 2013, maybe 2012.
2012, 2013 through 2017,
Correct.
16, 17?
16.
16. Okay, where did you work before that?
The only other nursing job that I had was at Holmes County Long-Term Care. I began working there in 05, and I believe I left there in 2010.
So 2005 to 2010, what were you there?
Floor LPN.
Floor LPN?
Yes, ma'am.
And then from 2010 to 2012, 13, you didn't work as a nurse?
No, ma'am.
What did you do during that
I
time?
did. I went to work at a daycare for a little bit, actually. I left Holmes County long-term care to stay at home with my kids. I have 6 children.
So you were not terminated from Holmes?
No, ma'am. I don't remember ever having any.
Were you terminated from veterans?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever been terminated from any other employment?
No, ma'am.
So the last time you worked as a nurse was in 2016. What month approximately?
December.
December. So it's been almost 8 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Page. Would please turn to page 17, and I believe this is your application for restoration of
It
your nursing
is.
license. And you filed this in March of 2024, is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct? Let's just kind of go through that application. On page 18,
Mm-hmm.
what is this? This statement?
This is,
Is it in response to a question on the first page?
yes, ma'am. This is asking what I responded yes to. Everything I responded yes to, I wrote up in here, which is basically what I just told you guys. My little spiel at the beginning here.
So the Ativan, the Norco, administration of another narcotic to resident, but documented it, forgot to put it in the MAR.
Mm-hmm.
And you were asked to give a urine sample at that time for a
I
drug
was.
screen, but you refused
I did.
due to marijuana use.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you did not provide a drug screen
I
at that
did not.
time? How long have you used marijuana?
I dabbled in it since probably 15. I mean, it's not something I did all the time, though.
Do you still dabble in marijuana use?
No, ma'am.
When's the last time you had it?
2017.
You haven't had any marijuana since 2000?
I have not.
And then if we go on to page 19,
Mm-hmm.
it talks about your continuing education.
Yes, ma'am.
So can you tell us about that? How many hours, what you've done?
Just online courses.
Six hours, is that right? Or am I reading that?
I've done 40 hours that I total.
Okay.
They're all,
Okay, I see that now.
they're all in the package.
And you have copies of those in your packet?
I do.
And then you list your history, I see that. Okay. So, do you have any type of addiction issues or substance abuse?
I would say after starting Celebrate Recovery that I did drink too much. I did drink way too often.
Okay, when did you start to Celebrate Recovery?
2021, I believe. I think it was January 2021.
So you're saying you were drinking too much prior to 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
What other substance abuse issues have you had?
I mean, I would dabble in narcotics every now and again, but I wouldn't say I wouldn't say I really had a, substance abuse problem other than alcohol.
So you did Celebrate Recovery. How long were you at Celebrate Recovery?
It's a program that we just meet once a week.
Are you still doing that?
I do still do that. It's through a Crestview church.
You've been doing that from 2021 until
Till now.
now.
I go to 3 meetings a week as required by the,
And you would continue doing that?
yes,
If you were given?
yes, ma'am. I'll probably do that forever just because it's not just centered on drug and alcohol abuse. It's centered on just helping through life. You know what I mean? We do little Bible studies and stuff. It's like a great group of people.
And on page 30, I believe this is one of the supporting affidavits that you submitted
Mhm.
along with your application by Sarah Thornton.
Mhm.
And is she a nurse?
She is not. She's a layperson.
And she says that she's known you for 20 years
Mhm.
and understands your license was revoked because you passed out meds early
Yes,
and the narcotic count was off and you refused the drug test.
correct.
She goes on to say she attends AA and A meetings 3 times a week. So do you do that?
I do. That will see Celebrate Recovery is like NA or AA. It's just a different
So you're not doing other meetings in addition to that, you're doing.
I am, I do AA sometimes I do NA, sometimes, my accountability partner and I meet. And just some of the ladies from Celebrate Recovery, our small women's group sometimes meet. I mean, yes, ma'am, I do.
It goes on to say she has been cleared by an addiction behavioral health counselor.
Yes, ma'am,
and
as
has been
required by the,
narcotic free since 2017 and alcohol free for over a year.
yes, this was dated March 2023. So since 2022, I had not drank.
And you're telling us today the only addiction that you've had is alcohol?
Yes.
Page 32, this affidavit is from Renee
Mhm.
Casaway.
I have no idea how to.
Oh, you don't know her last name?
Not anymore. She's remarried. She was I forget what she was back then.
And she's an LPN.
She and I worked together at the VA. She worked day shift and I worked night shift. So we worked on the same wing and, she would come in as I was being relieved or.
She also states that you've been sober for several years.
Mhm,
And then on 33, a William Thornton,
mhm.
an LPN.
He is not.
What does he do?
He works in addiction. He is a former addict. He works in addiction, counseling, I guess now. I think at in rehab. Like an inpatient center is what the word I'm trying to find.
I missed a couple at the front, but you did submit, here's, so what is your sobriety date?
No, excuse me, December 16th to 2021. And by that, I mean, I haven't had anything, like not even, my last time to drink was December 15th, 2021. My husband and I had, what is a Christmas drink? Eggnog with alcohol. That's what I'm counting as my last time I drank.
If you would turn to page 75, this is a, codependency evaluation from August of 22.
It is.
Did you submit to that evaluation?
I did.
With Baxter Hogue?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe, and not wanting to get into your medical history too much, but I believe it's reported that you have bipolar 2 disorder. Is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay, so what medications do you take for that?
Currently, I'm taking Paxil only. Well, I take thyroid medication as well, but Paxil and thyroid medication.
And when were you diagnosed with that?
I haven't been diagnosed by like a psychiatrist, but my general practitioner diagnosed me, I don't know how many years ago. It was Michael Holman. I haven't seen him in probably 10 years, so it's been a while.
Who do you see for?
I see Krista Blaylock now. She's a nurse practitioner.
How long have you seen her?
Probably since I stopped seeing Dr. Holman.
What year?
13 maybe. No, maybe. I'm not sure. 15 something, 2015 maybe.
What have you done since 2017 for work?
I have stayed at home with my children.
Are you currently employed anywhere?
No, ma'am. I have not worked since the VA. I feel like, and I've been doing all the meetings and the drug tests. I've been doing that since 2021, but I feel like nursing takes devotion. You know what I mean? I could have come before you guys like a year ago, but I had another baby, number 6, and I wanted to be home with him and I didn't want to divide my attention from home to family. So I waited, until I feel like I I'm at a point in my life where I can give nursing and my career what it deserves again.
Have you received any type of in-house treatment,
No, ma'am.
outpatient treatment?
Oh, no, ma'am. I just do the meetings.
So you just did the meetings and
Yes,
cold
ma'am.
turkey.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know you said you started dabbling in marijuana around 2015. What's?
No, at the age of 15.
Oh, at the age of 15.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Are there any other illegal drugs that you dabbled in other than marijuana?
I think I took ecstasy a time or two.
What else?
Nothing else that I can think of. I mean,
Why should this board give you another chance?
I feel like, there was a period where right before this happened, I had gone from working full-time to working PRN, and I went through a little bit of time after this. This was really discouraging, this whole thing, because I know what it says on paper and that's all I can prove, but the situation was twisted to look a different way than it was. Anyways, it was very discouraging. I took time off for my family, and now, I mean, I feel like I searched for purpose or whatever, and I realized that this is my calling. I have 6 kids. I'm dragging dogs out of ditches all the time. Taking care of other people and other things is what I feel like I'm called to do. I don't think that there is any other career that I would want other than nursing. I feel like it's something that I give my all to, and I take it seriously.
Do you have a support system?
I do. I have my family,
And who's your family? Is it your?
my husband, my children. I have several friends. I have my Celebrate Recovery ladies. We often meet, just for lunch and just hang out.
If this board restores your license, are you agreeable and willing to complete any refresher courses or any other requirements that they deem necessary?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Anything.
Are you willing to submit to any type of comprehensive evaluation?
Sure.
I saw that you were prescribed hydrocodone in May of this year. Can you?
Yes,
tell me
ma'am.
what that was for?
I broke my 5th metatarsal on my left foot. And just for broken bone.
Were you concerned when you took that it might
No, ma'am. I don't have any.
cause you to have any type of
No, ma'am.
occurrence or?
No, ma'am. I took it fine.
Do you feel that being back around Norco and Ativan and other narcotics, if you were to get your license back, will be a temptation for you?
I do not. I mean, I'm around alcohol every day when I walk into a gas station, and I don't have any desire to drink anymore. It's just where I'm at personally.
Are you willing to drug screen?
I do currently. Yes, ma'am.
Who do you drug screen with?
Affinity. They should
You
all
would
be in the.
willing to continue that?
Absolutely.
You'd be
Absolutely.
willing to continue that?
Mhm.
No further questions.
At this time, Ms. Engelmann, members of the hearing panel may have questions for you.
Okay.
Thanks. So thanks for being here. I was trying to follow the conversation earlier too, but the original problem, you basically pulled meds early,
Yes, ma'am.
gave them to patients early
Right.
to give them enough to help probably
ma'am.
get them through the night.
Yes, ma'am.
And you got pulled.
To another
Of
wing.
course, you didn't really get to document it the way you intended to document, which was wrong.
Right.
You admitted to that. Okay. Okay, so have you had, and because of that, and your refusal to take a drug screen because you had taken or used marijuana around that same time,
Yes, ma'am.
you surrendered your license?
Well, by the time, it was the next year before I came before the board. and I was handed down a disciplinary action. It's not recorded here. It gave me 90 days to see addiction specialist counselor, and I think it had said work for 2 years under supervision. At the time that I came, which was October of 2017, I was pregnant. I was having complications. We didn't know at the time. We thought it was just placenta previa, but it turns out the baby had a circumvallate placenta and I was bleeding. I was in and out of the doctor's office. I ended up losing the baby in December, but I I didn't didn't feel like I could dedicate any, devote myself to this at that time. So I surrendered my license.
Were you represented by counsel?
I was not. I did not know that I told whoever I spoke with that day when I was handing down my disciplinary action, they're like, well, you can always just surrender your license. And I was like, cool, just get me out of here. And that's what I did.
Okay.
I didn't know at the time what all it entailed.
So, what areas of practice, if any, do you prefer?
Geriatrics, I love it. I love the home feeling. I love I've held so many hands of people whose family couldn't be there for them as they passed away. It's just like another home for me. And I feel like it's family for the residents as well.
So what are the job options in your area? You obviously have a large family that's part of your support system, so.
There are 2 nursing homes, the VA, which I'm sure they really wouldn't hire me again, but there's another one right down the street from there that's right in my area that's hiring. I would preferably go back to work PRN because my husband works out of state. And I want one of us home with, I want the kids to be at home. So I don't want to work while he's, out of the house, but I would prefer to go to work PRN somewhere in long-term care.
Does your husband or anybody in your close network have problems with drugs, alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Even marijuana, anything like
No,
that?
ma'am.
How old are your children?
18, 16, 14, 8, 4, and will be 2 in October.
I don't think I have anything else. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the VA would hire you back?
I mean, look at with my record, what they fired me for. I'm afraid that they wouldn't. I'd be embarrassed to, apply there. Honestly, I don't know how long they keep termination records or whatever on hand, so.
And then the medicine that you get early, did you give them those at the same time?
I did.
Ms. Engelman, before we begin with closing statements, is there any what you want to give before we begin with closing statement?
No, I just want to thank you all for your time.
We can start now with closing statements, beginning with you, and then it'll be Ms. Salzman's turn.
Well, yeah.
Ms. Salzman?
Your Honor, again, I would just ask that the board panel look at Rule 1.12 and those factors that are enumerated there and carefully consider the testimony today and the circumstances, the severity of the actions, prior conduct, compliance with restoration requirements, and your competency to practice now. And also consider if there are any stipulations that need to be put into place to verify that she can practice safely. Thank you.
Thank you. At this moment, we're to close session, determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session. Deliberate on case number 2024 involving the licensee, Ms. Lindsay Hope Engelman. I make that motion. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into on this case.
Oh my God.
On the record, I will announce the board's decision in case number 2024-0309 involving the licensee, Ms. Lindsay Pope Engelman. The board finds unanimously that petitioner satisfied her burden to show why her license should be restored. So your petition for restoration is granted, but with certain conditions and stipulations. The preconditions are you must meet with the compliance officer here at the board, show proof of a primary physician or nurse practitioner, obtain sponsorship, and also complete a board-approved nurse refresher course.
Okay.
Where you can be issued your restored license. And then you'll have certain stipulations that you must comply with for 24 months.
Okay.
Present and future employer notifications, single state license, employee reports, quarterly reports, indirect supervision, a cap on the maximum hours worked, attendance at AA meetings, abstinence from abstaining from addictive substances, periodic unannounced and monthly drug screenings. That's basically the gist of it, and all of it will be prepared. The order, you'll receive a written order in the mail that's consistent with this announcement.
Okay.
But within 45 days, but that's it. So do you have any questions?
As far as the refresher course, like, where are those offered at? Is there any that's recommended?
Well, it must be board approved.
Okay.
And because you have to meet with your compliance officer.
Yes, ma'am.
That individual can absolutely help you.
Help me, okay. Awesome. Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all. Thank you. I dismiss? Okay. Do I leave this with you guys or?
You can leave it, unless you want to keep a copy.
Oh, I'm good. Thank y'all so much.
Good luck.
Thank y'all.
Another, an oral motion I'd like to present as well.
Okay. On the, is it related to the continuance for the licensee for tomorrow? No? Okay,
For Rose Howard?
no.
Oh, okay.
So, you know.
Or Mrs. Sanders, Rebecca Sanders?
Yes. So the board would like to just continue the matter.
I'll let her know. And then my last motion or item for the day is an oral motion to vacate the Rose Howard hearing this morning. I don't know that there would be any way to recreate the same panel. I don't think that would be fair to her, wouldn't be fair to a panel 3 or 4 months later to try to recall what was said previously. We'd have to have the same panel together. Didn't have subpoenaed witnesses that she wanted to have. So from it being continued, I don't think it would be fair at this point to expect a panel to remember the testimony that was there this morning. I think the safest and best course of action is to vacate the Rose Howard matter altogether and start anew when it's rescheduled. Because 6 months from now would be a long time, and we would have to get the same panel together because it wouldn't be fair for 3-member panel to hear part of a case and not complete that case.
Just that she did appear, and so making this decision outside of her presence. Well, that's the best course of action either, but you're moving to, because I guess the board, the state put on evidence at the start of the hearing. And so, I mean. the
But that
hearing-
evidence would be vacated. So there's no prejudice to Mrs. Howard by vacating the evidence that I put on. If anything, she got a preview. So, I mean, I don't think there would be any prejudice to Mrs. Howard by my motion to vacate the hearing. I'm trying to figure out, absent calling a special hearing, how we're gonna reconvene a panel of a 13-member board that's the same panel that heard it. And then we're looking at February of 2025 as possible rescheduling date if it's on a regular docket, and that's 6 months from now. And I don't think that's fair to Mrs. Howard. So my motion really is more in fairness to her than it is myself. I would love to go forward with half of the hearing already done, but I don't think that that's the right thing to do for her.
But I guess procedurally happened. So if we don't know if she has any issue with, or any response or any qualms, or I don't know, anything. I mean, I don't know what she would have to say in response to this motion. And then, outside of her presence, how can I,
Do you want to call her? I have her number.
so I can, take your motion under advisement and, then respond to it, sometime before we end this week, but honestly, just because, evidence was presented, the state rested. So procedurally, if this would be her opportunity to put on her case. I don't know, procedurally, you wouldn't have an opportunity, I mean, either, you, under normal circumstances, would you be able to, open back up your case and,
But I'm asking to vacate it. I'm not asking to open it back up.
right, so when the new hearing begins, would the prosecuting attorney for the board pick up and begin with their case in chief?
Yes.
So that's what I would want her to be able to, either object to or agree to.
What if we can communicate with her tomorrow and then let you rule on it tomorrow with that,
Yeah,
instead of make a decision now?
and then it's like, what do we vacate? Because there's no order, judgment entered. So like, what exactly are we vacating?
Proceeding.
The proceeding. So yeah, I think, because that would give you
I tell you what, I'll just withdraw my motion to vacate. I'll file a written motion to vacate. I will copy her so she can respond, and we'll do it that way.
concludes the hearings for today. And we discussed your oral motion that you withdrew, so I think we're done.
Yes, Ms. Sanders.